Chapter 36:11. Monster Forefather Sheiji, are you a coward? Patriarch Hexapath was enraged. Monster Forefather Sheiji had already transformed into his true form, and the two giant monsters were chasing each other above the draconic sacrificial continent. Monster Forefather Sheiji only cared about crashing into the continent, unwilling to fight Patriarch Hexapath, and even disregarding his own life. Their shameless methods caused the 10 ancestral gods to fall into great trouble. If this goes on, their speed will be greatly affected, but as long as they persist and attack endlessly, there will come a day when the remaining 8 formations will be completely destroyed. If that's the case, we'll be in big trouble. What should we do? The 10 ancestral gods discussed while intercepting them. Under the opponent's desperate attacks, even the third formation was in imminent danger. Finally, Chaos Ancestral God said, strengthen the attacks. Don't care if they live or die. If they really die, they'll be more nervous than us. In any case, we can't let them succeed no matter what. That's right. They seem to be risking their lives, but how can they really give up on their own lives? Soon, everyone reached a consensus. Since you don't want to fight me head-on, and you attack the formation while I attack you, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you really die or perish, that's another matter. After reaching a consensus, the intensity and speed of their attacks instantly increased significantly. Kill. For a time, the billions of stars around the draconic sacrificial continent became the battlefield of the 19 ancestral gods of the Fourth Era. This time, it seemed that neither side had any intention of giving up. It was simply a stalemate. Of course, a battle of such magnitude occurring at the heart of the 10,000 worlds would certainly engulf the entire 10,000 worlds. Even the edge of the 10,000 worlds and the homeworld itself could see the dazzling colors and the terrible power that shook the 10,000 worlds. Their battle has begun again. When will the civil war between the ancestral gods end? To tell the truth, these days of fear and trepidation were simply too bitter. Low-level elder gods didn't know when they would be caught in the crossfire and forced to participate in the war. As for the fiend gods, they didn't know when their entire world would be destroyed. Such days were very bitter. The so-called Genesis era was just the beginning of the civil war. To ordinary people, these high and mighty existences were too terrifying. For their battle to end, they can only wait for one side to win. This time, it seems that the 9 ancestor gods have gone to attack Long Chen's dragon sacrificial continent again. I think we should let Long Chen win. Compared to the 9 ancestor gods, I believe in Long Chen and the 10 ancestor gods more. At least they have more people, and I feel that they are more reliable. That's right. All we can do is pray that Long Chen will quickly surpass the most powerful elder gods and once again become the #1 figure in the infinite worlds. Until those elder gods return, he'll be the most powerful figure in the infinite worlds. All living beings, divine emperors, and godly venerables were praying. That's right. This time, they are the ones attacking the dragon sacrificial continent. I hope that Long Chen can persevere. In fact, there were already many people in the infinite worlds who supported Long Chen. Among the tens of thousands of ancestor gods, except for the 1,000 destruction ancestor gods led by the luminous gold ancestor, the other ancestor gods were basically on Long Chen's side. Among the 80-odd 5th era ancestor gods, about 60 ancestor gods had clearly expressed their trust in Long Chen. Long Chen's future could completely replace the ancestor god alliance. It was precisely because of this that the chaotic whole ancestor and the others were even more anxious. Now that a great battle had broken out here, Long Chen had opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate of the Infinite Worlds and allowed more than 55th era ancestor gods to come here. They could more or less pose some threat to the 9 ancestor gods. Long Chen, don't worry. We believe in you. We will never let these 9 selfish 4th era ancestor gods destroy your dragon sacrificial continent. With Hongjun as the leader, nearly 65th era ancestor gods also came to the chaotic battlefield. They guarded outside the dragon sacrificial continent's formation and formed a formation with each other. They gathered their powers together to form a comprehensive defense, making it even more difficult for the 9 ancestor gods to succeed. There were a total of 65th-era ancestor gods, which was an unexpected threat to the mortal people's ancestor emperor and the others. They were already struggling under the attacks of 10 ancestor gods. Looking at the 5th-era ancestor gods, sacred ancestor Kitagarbha flew into a rage and said, "Are you courting death? This is a conflict between us and Long Chen. It's not your place to interfere. Besides, how can you help Long Chen? Don't you know what evil deeds he committed in my all-beings godly realm?" Sacred ancestor Kitagarbha's voice shook heaven and earth as he roared, "When I was in the chaotic whole wizard realm, the 10 of them gathered in my world, destroyed my world's formation, broke into my world, killed my people, destroyed my world, and stole the things in my world. Then, they fled without a trace, making my all-beings godly realm unrecognizable. Today, I, sacred ancestor Kitagarbha, have come to seek revenge and uphold justice. I'll let Long Chen taste the consequences of his evil deeds and make him pay with his blood. This is a feud between us, and it's not your place to interfere. If you are still members of the Ancestral Gods Alliance, get out of my way." With them around, it was indeed not easy for the 9 ancestor gods to attack. With so many 5th-era ancestor gods, their strength was equivalent to 4 or 5 4th-era ancestor gods, which was very troublesome. Taking the lead, Hongjun said calmly, "Sacred ancestor Kitagarbha, don't take us for fools. We clearly saw what happened in the all-beings godly realm. It was you who really destroyed the world and killed all living beings. It was Long Chen who saved the world. As for your so-called robbery, it was just Long Chen who took what belonged to him." The 5th-era ancestor gods present were all aware of this matter. Sacred ancestor Kitagarbha did not expect that the 5th-era ancestor gods would be so angry that he almost died of anger. The mortal people's imperial ancestor said gloomily, "I remember who you are. After today's matter is over, I'll settle the score with you one by one. At that time, I'll see if Long Chen can protect all of you. If you know what's good for you, get out of here now." He had never taken the 5th-era ancestor gods seriously. Hongjun said calmly, "Mortal people's imperial ancestor, don't scare us with such a cheap method. To tell you the truth, we are on Long Chen's side. No matter how you threaten us, we won't be swayed because we are all glad that we made such a choice. Look at what you said today. Do you still act like a 4th-era ancestor god? If the future of the myriad worlds is under your control and stability, I think it will be a terrible thing." What ancestor god Hongjun said was also the opinion of the other 5th-era ancestor gods. In truth, Long Chen had never overlooked the 5th era's ancestor gods. They were all experts of their own domains. If the myriad worlds were a kingdom, and each of the 4th era's ancestor gods was a vassal king, then the 5th era's ancestor gods were all outstanding generals. Ancestor god Hongjun, do you believe that I will go to the Hongjun Star Sea right now and destroy it? The mortal people's imperial ancestor said anxiously. He wanted to make an example out of them. What he didn't know was that this would allow the 5th-era ancestor gods to see their true colors. They were even more determined to stand on Long Chen's side. "Then, we will all die together with you, mortal people's imperial ancestor. Die together." These were the thoughts of all the 5th-era ancestor gods present. In fact, the other 5th-era ancestor gods had already arrived. Through this conversation, they all made their decision to leave mortal people's imperial ancestors' side and stand on the dragon sacrificial continent's side. In the past, mortal people's imperial ancestor and the others attracted the 5th-era ancestor gods because of the fairness of the ancestor god alliance. But now, mortal people's imperial ancestor and the others were the dregs of the ancestor god alliance. The essence of the ancestor god alliance had already gathered on Long Chen's side. Therefore, mortal people's imperial ancestor had nothing else that could attract them. Now, Long Chen could be said to have the approval and support of everyone. There were even more ancestor gods shouting. An overwhelming righteous aura surrounded them. All of you. The 9 4th-era ancestor gods were so angry that they almost died. For a moment, they didn't say anything else. They didn't care that the 5th era ancestor gods were still here and attacked even more violently. The 5th era ancestor gods gathered together and faced them together, preventing them from being defeated one by one. Of course, the primal chaos ancestor gods and the other 9 were not to be trifled with. From now on, they could only protect themselves. It would be very difficult to destroy the array diagram, unless they were willing to fight to the death here for a few years. The chaotic battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. They were all exhausted. They had already destroyed the 3rd array diagram of the dragon sacrificial continent, but mortal people's imperial ancestor and the others couldn't take another step forward. Sacred ancestor Kitagarba's eyes were red. He looked at his opponents and laughed coldly. Very good, you have all become Long Chen's lackeys and are willing to let him be your master. Unfortunately, while you are fighting with your lives on the line, your master is hiding behind and enjoying himself. How ridiculous. Do you think he cares about you? In his heart, you are all slaves. One day, you will regret what kind of disaster you have created and what kind of catastrophe you have brought to the myriad worlds. Chapter 36:12. Of course, no matter what they said, the ancestral gods of the 5th era would not be swayed. After all, they had already exposed too much. No words would work now. The ancestral gods who were standing here and guarding the dragon sacrificial continent had all made this choice after careful consideration. How could they allow others to encourage them? The ancestral gods of the 5th era made the 9 ancestral gods even angrier. You're really courting death. Enraged, the 9 ancestral gods stopped fighting with Chaos Ancestral God and the others. They even gave up on attacking the ancestral gods of the dragon sacrificial continent. Instead, they attacked and crushed the ancestral gods of the 5th era. Although Chaos Ancestral God and the others were trying their best to stop them, the ancestral gods of the 5th era would indeed be seriously injured or even killed if they made a mistake. Despicable and shameless. The ancestral gods cursed angrily. By now, the 9 ancestral gods had become rascals. They especially targeted ancestor god Hong Jun because he was the leader of this group of ancestral gods. On several occasions, elder god Hong Jun fell into a dangerous situation. This great chaotic battle that shook the myriad of worlds lasted for an entire 3 days. The 9 4th era's progenitor gods that were isolated were in an extremely sorry state, but the lethality they caused was extremely terrifying. He wasn't afraid that the 9 of them would break the formation diagram of the dragon sacrificial continent. Instead, he was worried that they would continue to pester the dragon sacrificial continent and the 5th era's ancestral gods if they didn't stop attacking for a long time. If that continued, there would eventually be a gap that would bring danger to the dragon sacrificial continent and the 5th era's ancestral gods. Of course, during this process, Chaos Ancestral God and the others had several opportunities to seriously injure or even kill the other side, but the other side was not afraid of death, and Chaos Ancestral God and the others often had to stop at the last moment. It was because of their shamelessness that this chaotic battle was so troublesome. You're fighting with your lives here, but your master is still a coward. Divine Ancestor Kitagarba had endured for a long time and finally found an opportunity to seriously injure and almost kill an ancestral god of the 5th era. When they attacked, whether it was to destroy the world origin, they were very ruthless. The strength of the 9 of them was basically no different from that of the 10 ancestral gods of the 4th era on Long Chen's side. When they were shameless to the point that they didn't care about their lives, they were indeed very difficult to deal with. Even the Chaos Ancestor God and the others would have a headache. After all, they were in the vicinity of the dragon sacrificial continent, which restricted the extent of their attacks to a certain extent. Long Chen, they are trying their best to goad you into coming out. Don't fall for their tricks. After a period of time, they won't be able to gain anything from this and will scram with their tails between their legs. Ancestor God Creation reminded him. Long Chen said, if that's the case, even the 5th era's ancestral god will be in danger. If we let the 5th era's ancestral god leave first, then the dragon sacrificial continent's formation will be in danger. They are certain that you guys won't be able to fight with your full strength here, which is why they are so arrogant. If this goes on, it's indeed not good. But if you appear, you will fall into their trap. No problem. Since everyone is so supportive of me, I must come out at the crucial moment. This matter needs to be resolved, otherwise, they will continue to use it as an excuse. Sure. They did not object to Long Chen appearing. After all, they understood Long Chen's current situation. He would not be killed so easily. Just as the 5th era's ancestral god was struggling to deal with the killing moves of the 9 ancestral gods from time to time, Long Chen came out of the dragon sacrificial continent's formation and appeared in the vision of all the ancestral gods. Before this, he was at the dragon sacrificial continent with his wife, children, and brothers. All the divine dragons knew that outside the dragon sacrificial continent, there was a battle that concerned the fate of the dragon sacrificial continent. Even with the protection of the formation, this battle would cause the entire dragon sacrificial continent to shake violently. The fate of the people, the future of the dragon sacrificial continent. Almost all the divine dragons had gathered together. They were all determined to fight to the death, even if these opponents were not the ones they had imagined, the ones whom they needed to take revenge on. The real enemy of the divine dragons was the sky-devouring clan. You finally dared to come out, Long Chen. Divine Ancestor Pudu narrowed his eyes and examined Long Chen. Since you've achieved your goal, then stop. Long Chen's eyes were burning. He stared back at his opponent and did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Now, the one who hated him the most was Divine Ancestor Pudu. When their gazes met, intense sparks were produced. This was a historic moment. Because of Long Chen's appearance, the other side was the first to stop fighting. Then, the ancestral gods on Long Chen's side stopped. The chaotic battle that had lasted for many days finally came to a halt. However, when nearly 80 ancestral gods from the 4th era and the 5th era stood behind Long Chen, the chaotic whole ancestor and the others were still deeply shocked. In the past few days, about 10 more ancestral gods from the 5th era had joined the fray. Now, almost half of the ancestral gods of the alliance were standing behind Long Chen and clustered around Long Chen. Even the chaotic whole ancestor god was willing to be a supporting character for Long Chen. Surrounded by them, Long Chen, who was at the center, was like the emperor of the myriad worlds. As for the chaotic whole ancestor and the others, they were simply rebels. Most importantly, Long Chen still had the aura to suppress so many ancestral gods from the 4th era and the 5th era. After not seeing him for a few months, Long Chen's dragon aura had improved again. Especially with the support of so many ancestral gods, it was simply shocking. Such a Long Chen made Divine Ancestor Pudu and the others even waver. Everyone, I'm out. If you want to say something, just say it. Long Chen was very magnanimous. The many ancestral gods behind him had given him the greatest inner strength. He was not a single person, but a whole body of will. His words suppressed the chaotic whole ancestor and the others. For a moment, no one stood up to speak. You have the guts, the mortal people emperor scolded. Is that all you can say? A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Long Chen laughed. Now, in this civil war, with the improvement of his own strength and the support of the myriad world's ancestor gods, he had already gained the upper hand. You're courting death. Remember, the one being threatened now is you. If you can't satisfy us, we will definitely fight to the death until your dragon sacrificial continent is destroyed, the mortal people emperor ancestor said angrily. Oh, how scary. Long Chen's indifferent attitude made the people behind him laugh. In fact, he was just making a scene here. In Long Chen's eyes, the person he hated the most was still the chaotic whole ancestor. Now, the chaotic whole ancestor was hiding behind the crowd, expressionless and silent. However, the fact that he had killed the dragon servants was still stuck in Long Chen's heart. This was a blood feud, and Long Chen would definitely settle this score. Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha said, Long Chen, do you know why I want to destroy your dragon sacrificial continent today? You haven't forgotten that you fought in my all beings are God realm for the origin dragon soul, destroyed my world, and destroyed my people, right? Today, I'm here to seek justice. Today, if you don't give us a satisfactory explanation, I'm sorry, but we won't leave. If we stay here, you won't be able to eat and sleep in peace." The mortal people Emperor Ancestor sneered and said, "Who knows? We might just kill a few ancestral gods of the 5th era to vent our anger. 10 days, 1 year. We have all the time in the world to waste time with you." The other party continued to speak without end. This was pure shamelessness, and it was also a threat to Long Chen. If they continued to waste time like this, it would indeed not be good for Long Chen. For the ancestral gods of the 5th era, it was a dangerous situation. Given the current temperament of these 9 ancestral gods, it was entirely possible for them to kill an ancestral god. Then tell me, what do you want to satisfy me? In fact, Long Chen had already expected this. They were just using this excuse to find an opportunity to kill Long Chen. Just like the incident with Pangu. Sure enough, Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha said, "Whoever owes me will pay for it. You destroyed my world, so you have to pay for it. You only need to fight me alone, and no one else can interfere. Then, I will forget about the past." It was the same again. Of course, this was the only way they could kill Long Chen. At other times, they couldn't find Long Chen. You better think it through. Either come and fight, or your dragon sacrificial continent will be destroyed. Chapter 36:13. This level of threat was far from enough for Long Chen to take the risk, so he sneered and said, "It's this boring trick again. You've lost your memories, but why are you still as smart as a 3-year-old? Do I have to agree to this little threat?" Hearing Long Chen's words, the ancestral gods behind him laughed again. To be honest, although the other party was indeed very strong and might be able to kill the ancestral gods of the 5th era, they were really not afraid of these 9. "You!" Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha flew into a rage. Pale flames rose from his body. "It seems that you have chosen to fight to the death with us." The ancestral mortal people's emperor was looking forward to it. Long Chen said, "Although your method has been used, there is no problem. It's just that your bargaining chip is too low." When Long Chen said this, Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha was delighted. He felt that there was a chance. "What do you want?" Long Chen said, "I surrender, you rise, and I surrender. In other words, I won't fight you, but I can do what I did last time and take 2 moves from you. 2 moves will be the limit, and if you can kill me, then you win. This is the result you want the most, and you will definitely be satisfied. Of course, if I survive, then you will have to pay a bargaining chip." Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha knew that this was Long Chen's way of fighting for the greatest benefit. But the problem was that, in the final analysis, he had obtained the opportunity to fight with Long Chen alone. "What is the bargaining chip?" Long Chen said casually, "It's very simple. If I don't die, then you, Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha, have to swear in front of the ancestral gods of the myriad worlds that you will not leave the divine realm within 1,000 years. Otherwise, you will be my grandson. Do you dare to do that?" This method was equivalent to Long Chen killing an important ancestral god of the 4th era in this civil war. These elder gods still cared a bit about their face. Once the oath came into effect, they wouldn't go back on it unless the elder gods of the myriad worlds were in a life and death struggle and the entire myriad worlds were in danger. The bargaining chip that Long Chen wanted him to pay was very precise. Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha had thought that he had nothing to be afraid of, but when Long Chen mentioned this, he was stunned. 2 moves to decide life and death. If you lose, you won't be allowed to leave the god realm for 1,000 years. Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha, do you have the guts and boldness to do that? You know that I have the protection of so many ancestral gods. Without the right conditions, how could I risk my life to fight you?" Long Chen's words were vehement and impassioned. "You." Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha hesitated. On the one hand, it was an important opportunity to kill Long Chen. On the other hand, it was the punishment of withdrawing from the civil war. At this moment, the chaotic cave ancestor Kittigarba, who had been silent all this while, said, "We agree. However, the only condition is that you change the 2 moves you said to 3 moves. You were able to block 2 of my moves before, so 2 more this time won't pose a threat to you at all. Only after 3 moves can there be any suspense." His seemingly ordinary words had, in fact, made the decision on behalf of sacred ancestor Kittigarba, and he had also obtained a better condition. No problem. This was actually within Long Chen's expectations. Chaotic cave ancestor. Whenever he saw this person, Long Chen would lose his cool. If it weren't for the fact that this was not the best time, he would have gone up to fight. Fine, 3 moves it is. I'll make the oath. In the end, sacred ancestor Kittigarba made his decision. Long Chen. In fact, the chaotic ancestral gods and the others had no idea about Long Chen's impromptu decision. "Everyone, I want to give it a try. After all, I've made new progress recently. Besides, instead of letting them pester me endlessly, I might as well take this opportunity to break one of their fingers," Long Chen explained. "How confident are you?" After all, the chaotic ancestral gods and the others didn't want to see the thrilling moment when Long Chen fought with the chaotic cave ancestor again. Long Chen said, "This time, I took the initiative, so I'm certainly several times more confident than last time. There are some situations that I have to overcome on my own. Please trust me, everyone." That's all I need to hear. Of course, they believed in Long Chen. They just needed to understand him. Okay. He was filled with lofty sentiments. Wasn't it just a 4th era's ancestral god, sacred ancestor Kittigarba? Let's go somewhere else. Long Chen took the lead with close to 100 ancestor gods following behind him. They moved away from the dragon sacrificial continent in a grandiose manner. The chaotic cave ancestor and the others followed with cold faces. In fact, after the battle in the past few days, most of the ancestral gods in the infinite worlds had gathered around. There were nearly 10,000 of them. As Long Chen moved forward, countless ancestral gods also marched forward. After all, this was the key battle to resolve the internal conflict among the ancestral gods. No one wanted to miss it. These were all major events that could be recorded in the history of the infinite worlds. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a suitable place. There was a certain distance between this place and the dragon sacrificial continent. The 9th, 8th, and 7th era ancestral gods only dared to stay in distant places and didn't dare to participate in this struggle for supremacy. Long Chen and sacred ancestor Kittigarba. Buzz. A huge rumble swept across the infinite worlds. In the midst of the scattered broken stars, the 2 sides faced each other. Among them, almost all the ancestral gods of the 5th era, except for the destruction ancestral god of the 2nd era, were on Long Chen's side. The lineup of nearly 100 people was quite heaven-defying. Set off by this lineup, Long Chen became more and more glorious. Now that all the ancestral gods of the infinite worlds are here, and we have so much power in our hands, I kind of want to rush over and kill all 9 of them. After all, this is not next to the dragon sacrificial continent, said the demonic ancestor of 6 paths. The chaotic ancestral god smiled. There's no other way. First, even with so many ancestral gods of the 5th era, we can't kill them. At most, we can kill 1 or 2. The rest will definitely escape. If they escape, it will be a disaster for the entire infinite worlds. They will destroy the entire infinite worlds out of hatred. This is what we fear the most. Second, the creator ancestral gods have too many lives at stake. We can't kill them unless there's a way to kill them without affecting the lives of the people. Yes, it's because there are so many troubles that Long Chen has so many restrictions when dealing with them. After all, they are all on the same side. But if he's dealing with the sky-devouring clan, he won't have so many concerns, said the primordial war ancestor. While they were sighing, Long Chen was extremely domineering and imposing. He went straight to the center of the battle and said to sacred ancestor Kittigarba, "Come on, we'll decide life and death in 3 moves. You have guts. Sacred ancestor Kitagarbha, bald and dressed in a snow-white kasaya, appeared in the sky. Behind him, there seemed to be trillions of faith followers. His rule was a bit similar to that of the Eternal God clan. It could be regarded as faith, the origin of faith. Both sides faced each other. Everyone was looking forward to it. The flames of war soared to the sky. All beings roulette. Sacred ancestor Kitagarbha made his move without saying a word. A huge white roulette appeared in front of him. The roulette was actually made up of 8 long swords. At this time, sacred ancestor Kitagarbha stretched out his 8 arms to dismantle the all beings roulette and took out the 8 swords of all beings. Chapter 36:14. This battle with sacred ancestor Kitagarbha was different from the last time he fought with the Chaos Whole Ancestor. The last time he fought with the Chaos Whole Ancestor, he was forced to fight to the death. It was a desperate fight. This time, it was almost Long Chen who personally led the battle. All the ancestor gods of the 10,000 worlds knew how powerful the ancestor god of the 4th era was, so Long Chen naturally knew it better. However, he still wanted to challenge him. Only by challenging him could he truly break through his limits. Only in the future could he truly surpass the ancestor god of the 4th era. In the star field, Long Chen was surrounded by divine dragons. He was like the rising sun, and his aura was mysterious, bloody, ethereal, solemn, and so on. His aura was constantly changing, becoming more and more dignified, as well as the aura of a true sovereign. Of course, sacred ancestor Kitagarbha was even more powerful. He sat cross-legged in the void, his white kasaya fluttering in the wind. His skin and flesh were as pure and flawless as white jade. His lips moved slightly as if he was chanting scriptures all the time. Behind him, countless faces appeared, representing billions of lives. Their collective will was transferred to sacred ancestor Kitagarbha. In comparison, the power of the 4th era's ancestor god Kitagarbha was naturally stronger. After all, he had the origins of 6 worlds. As for Dragonstar, he was equivalent to 5 people with 4 world essences working together. But of course, each world essence had 4 world essences, and each of them had 4 world essences. In other words, the amount of world essence energy that an ordinary elder god would need 5 world essences to produce was equivalent to the amount of world essence energy that an ordinary elder god could produce. Now, Long Chen was very close to the 4th era's ancestor god. If that wasn't the case, the 9 4th era's ancestral gods wouldn't be so anxious. Sacred ancestor Kitagarbha, get ready to stay in your world of all living for 1,000 years. 5 kinds of world origins vaguely appeared on Long Chen's body. They were not inferior to the 8 swords of all living beings in the wheel of all living. You're courting death. At this moment, the battle between the two broke out again. Now, every battle would determine the future of billions of lives and the fate of the 10,000 worlds. Divine light of salvation. 8 arms, 8 swords of all living beings. Now, on each of the long swords, countless sharp lights suddenly appeared. The trillions of lives behind him all fused into the 8 long swords. The instant sword shook the myriad of worlds. The pale white light engulfed the entire myriad worlds in an instant. No matter which corner of the myriad worlds they were in, all the gods and devils were enveloped in this white light for no reason. At this moment, they felt as though they had returned to their mother's wombs. The will of the common people, gather my divine sword. Billions of common people shall judge your death. This was the faith law that could steal. With only 3 moves, common people's emperor ancestor naturally used his killing move right away. He had to kill Long Chen in the first move. The 8 divine swords carried the faith power of billions of lives. They pierced through and created a great world. These 8 swords were like heavenly pillars that descended majestically. Suppress and kill. In fact, sacred ancestor Kitagarbha's first law had already surpassed the power of the chaotic origin hand of the chaotic whole shaman ancestor. In terms of the law of faith, it had reached the peak. But even so, it could not affect Long Chen's calmness at the moment. The necklace of fate emerged from his neck. It was a mysterious chain that represented fate. It was the most illusory, but also the most crucial. The fate of all living beings was born in the origin of this world. In the face of the Kitagarbha divine light, Long Chen resisted it with the power of fate. Divine will of the masses. Faith conflicted with the law of the chaotic origin heavenly dragon, especially the violent faith of sacred ancestor Kitagarbha. On the other hand, Long Chen's law of wish already included faith, which was more profound and profound. Naturally, it was more orthodox. Even faith is divided into good and evil. I am good, and you are evil. The divine will of the masses was illusory, silent, colorless, and formless, as if it did not exist at all. But this was the purest form of fate and faith. To a certain extent, in terms of laws, Long Chen could restrain the other. Disintegrate. The 8 divine swords descended. The divine will of the masses swept out like a silent wave and hit the 8 divine swords. Buzz. Swoosh. At this moment, the divine swords changed. Their colors faded, and the power of faith of all living beings was swept away in an instant. They were like the most ferocious beasts that had lost their claws and fangs. In an instant, a part of the world disappeared and vanished into thin air. How is this possible? No one had expected that Long Chen could resolve sacred ancestor Kitagarbha's killing moves so quickly. It seemed as if he had done it effortlessly. You. Sacred ancestor Kitagarbha, who had enough confidence in himself, was so stunned by such a sudden blow that he trembled all over. He simply couldn't understand how Long Chen had managed to neutralize his attack. Long Chen. For a moment, just the ease of resolving the attack made the crowd seethe with excitement for Long Chen. He has improved again. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. The faces of people like the ancestral emperor instantly darkened. Sacred ancestor Kitagarbha, there are only 2 moves left. They had to remind him. Otherwise, this hard-won opportunity would be wasted again. Okay. Now that the attack was gone, sacred ancestor Kitagarbha let go of the previous matter. He must have the means to resolve my laws, but he can't resolve all my laws. Sacred ancestor Kitagarbha thought to himself. The chaotic whole wizard ancestor didn't seize that opportunity, but I can't miss it. He had such a strong obsession in his heart. In an instant, 8 divine swords fell into his hands. The power of faith had undergone a transformation. However, it had transformed into a different kind of killing intent. The ultimate killing intent. Sacred ancestor Kitagarbha had the sacred light of salvation, which could save all living beings. He had the divine light of salvation, which could take the faith of all living beings for his own use. But he also had the supreme killing intent to kill all living beings. He used the evil thoughts of all living beings to exterminate all living beings. This was the ultimate killing intent. It was beyond transcendence. The 8 divine swords danced in the hands of the bald ancestral god, and they created numerous shapeless sword images. They were extremely similar to Long Chen's divine senses. Buzz. Killing intent was everywhere. I'm afraid this ultimate killing intent can already break the chaotic whole of the chaotic whole wizard ancestor. The countless intertwining sword chi was condensed from the killing intent of all living beings. It had gathered all the evil and violence in it. Although the sword chi was pure and flawless, its lethality was extreme. It was obviously not as easy to deal with as the previous attack. Sacred ancestor Kitagarbha was at least 70% confident that he could kill Long Chen with this ultimate killing intent. Buzz. At this moment, under the astonishment of the crowd, Long Chen put away the necklace of fate and took out the other 4 world origins. They were time, slaughter, karma, and life. Among them, time was the most important. Slaughter and karma were 2 different things. Life was interspersed between them. Great destruction time. This was the law that Long Chen had used to break the chaotic whole of great heaven. Naturally, it was also the most powerful law that Long Chen had used in the eyes of the crowd. Now that he had used it under the threat of the ultimate killing intent, it was enough to show that Long Chen had reached his limit. The Great Destruction Time, under the fusion of the other laws, turned into a raging torrent and rushed toward the ultimate killing intent. There was naturally a difference in strength between the two laws. In comparison, the power supporting the killing intent of the Exalted was stronger. However, it was undeniable that Long Chen surpassed his opponent in terms of laws. The laws of time of great annihilation suppressed the killing intent of the Exalted. Both laws were used to fight head-on. Life and death were probably on the line at this moment. At this moment, sacred ancestor Kitagarbha's white robe fluttered in the wind. His divine body was hundreds of millions of miles tall and towering. Golden light shone from his eyes, illuminating the world and completely enveloping it. Break. Sacred ancestor Kitagarbha was full of confidence. As an ancestral god of the Fourth Era, he was indeed heaven-defying. In a head-on attack, he really broke through Long Chen's Great Destruction Time. The ultimate killing intent swept over and broke through many of Long Chen's defenses. Chapter 36:15. The Heavenly Fortune. At this moment, Long Chen faced it calmly and spread his arms. Thousands of worlds turned into luck in his eyes. Even if it was just an empty space, there was luck in it. The gathering of countless luck was the so-called heavenly fortune. And Long Chen could gather the heavenly fortune and form endless clouds in front of him. The vast clouds blocked the ultimate killing intent in the blink of an eye. In fact, the ultimate killing intent had already collapsed in the battle with the Great Destructive Time. The most fundamental killing intent had been defeated by Long Chen. When sacred ancestor Kitagarbha's law of confidence descended in front of Long Chen, it fell into the heavenly fortune and was quickly assimilated. The last trace of its power also disappeared. It couldn't hurt Long Chen. Long Chen was still unharmed. When the heavenly fortune dissipated, Long Chen appeared in front of sacred ancestor Kitagarbha unscathed. His appearance was even more shocking. By now, everyone knew that Long Chen was actually stronger than when he fought against the chaotic whole wizard ancestor. They just didn't know if he had other tricks up his sleeves. Now, the war had reached its most thrilling moment. Because according to what everyone knew, the most heaven-defying ability of Long Chen was the Great Destructive Time. Of course, sacred ancestor Kitagarbha only had one move left, which would determine his life and death. If Long Chen survived, sacred ancestor Kitagarbha would withdraw from the civil war. If Long Chen died, the civil war would end, but the fate of the future worlds would change. The outcome of the civil war between the ancestor gods was completely based on the life and death of Long Chen. The most exciting moment had quietly arrived. To be honest, sacred ancestor Kitagarbha had a hunch that the ultimate killing intent would not be able to kill Long Chen. Such a result would undoubtedly force him into a dead end. Haha. Instead of getting angry, sacred ancestor Kitagarbha laughed. If he didn't fight, his reputation would be ruined. I didn't want to do this, but you forced me to. I won't waste this opportunity. I'm not the chaotic whole wizard ancestor. At this moment, divine ancestor Kitagarbha did not seem to be afraid of offending the chaos whole wizard ancestor. At this moment, he had decided to use extreme measures. To him, the time had come for him to kill Long Chen regardless of the price he had to pay. Buzz. The flame of the world was burning on his body. Long Chen could see sacred ancestor Kitagarbha's fortune, and now, sacred ancestor Kitagarbha was burning his fortune. This was no different from burning his power. If he did that, he might run into bad luck in the near future, and everything would go wrong for him. However, he didn't care about that. Furthermore, if he killed Long Chen, then he wouldn't need to worry about his future. If he lost, then according to his oath, he would have to stay in the world of all living beings for 1,000 years. In that case, he wouldn't need much luck. He had bet 1,000 years of luck on Long Chen's life and death on a single rule. When all the fortune was burned and condensed into the origin power of the world, sacred ancestor Kitagarbha looked slightly different now. It was as if he had crossed a new level and reached a new level of glory. Buzz. The divine might of sacred ancestor Kitagarbha shocked the world. The bright light seemed to have suppressed Long Chen. In front of his endless divine body, Long Chen looked extremely small. You're lucky to die under my 1,000 years of luck. Sacred ancestor Kitagarbha's mighty voice echoed in the infinite worlds again and again. Immediately, he made his move. A mighty divine might was unleashed from his divine body. Eternal tribulation, eternal tribulation. 1,000 years of luck, eternal tribulation. Sacred ancestor Kitagarbha's 8 arms joined together, and the 8 divine swords also joined together and pointed at Long Chen. In an instant, all the realms seemed to come to a standstill. Countless worlds were destroyed, and countless living beings were born and destroyed. The power and killing intent generated during this process were all gathered in the killing tribulation of Kitagarbha for all eternity. This was a rule that sacred ancestor Kitagarbha had never used in battles. Even when facing Chaos Ancestral God and the others, he still kept it in reserve, just so that one day, he could use this attack to finally destroy Long Chen. Eternal tribulation, eternal tribulation. Eternal tribulation, ultimate nirvana. The sword was simple, but deadly. Annihilation, eternal tribulation. The sword fell from the sky and was aimed at Long Chen. It was aimed at Long Chen, and its killing intent had already locked onto Long Chen. Nirvana. Danger. A great sense of crisis swept over him. The deadly killing intent had already enveloped him and almost seeped into his body. At this moment, every particle in his body was trembling. At this moment, what sacred ancestor Kitagarbha brought was a crisis of death that exceeded the limit. It was even greater than what the chaotic cave wizard ancestor had faced, because he had one more chance than the chaotic cave wizard ancestor and was more willing to risk everything. The ancestral gods of the 4th era all trembled in their hearts. They could naturally feel how terrifying this attack was. If it were them, they might not be able to withstand such a killing move. Die, die, die. Sacred ancestor Kitagarbha killed with a merciful face. Everything was going in a direction that was disadvantageous to Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen's final performance had become the key. To be honest, although the ancestral gods knew that Long Chen had made progress, such an attack had once again exceeded his limit. They were very worried that this was very likely to be the end of Long Chen. Phew, he took a deep breath. In addition to the 4 world origins, the life necklace had also reappeared on Long Chen. Now, half of the ancestral dragon's world origin was with Long Chen. This might be half of what the dragon's sacrificial continent used to be. The killing tribulation was right in front of him. Mixed essence destiny. 5 extremes returned to 1. This time, Long Chen used the mixed essence destiny dragon as the leader. The 5 extremes returned to 1 was the 5 world origins. Basically, they were under Long Chen's control. The 5 laws were merged. This was the technique that Long Chen had pondered and figured out in the past 3,000 years. After obtaining the 5 laws, he had already been thinking about how to combine these 5 techniques and use them at the same time. Of course, after hard work, there was hope and results. 5 extremes returned to heaven. Boom! In a short moment, Long Chen's figure was divided into 5. Each of the 5 of him held in world origin. It was as if he had turned from one person into 5. Then, the 5 of them used different laws and the power of the world origins together. The 5 laws formed a complete structure with the one in the middle as the core. 5 extremes returned to heaven. Mixed essence life seizing. In the end, the power of the 5 extremes returned to heaven gathered together and became mixed essence life seizing. It was a colorful dragon that suddenly rushed out and danced in the infinite worlds. Under the shocked and excited gazes of the crowd, it bit down on the killing tribulation that would last for eternity. Fate dissipates. Divine will perishes. Under Long Chen's calm attack, the 1,000-year fate dissipated in one move. This was the power of fate. When sacred ancestor Kitagarbha fought against Long Chen, he lost because he couldn't use the laws of fate to fight against Long Chen. As long as there was fate, it would be restrained by Long Chen. That was because in terms of the attainment of laws, Long Chen was superior. He was the mixed essence destiny dragon that controlled fate. If the fate dissipated, then sacred ancestor Kitagarbha's attack was just an ordinary attack. Ordinary attacks, including Long Chen's 5 extremes returned to 1, as well as other attacks, swept, collided, and disintegrated in an instant. To this extent, they were not inferior to the Great Destruction time. Buzz! The sword exploded and disappeared. Ding, ding, ding. The 8 swords formed a sword wheel again and trembled beside sacred ancestor Kitagarbha. The laws were destroyed. When Long Chen put away the laws, everything seemed to come to a standstill. The shocking battle gradually subsided, but everyone's hearts were still shaken. If sacred ancestor Kitagarbha's killing tribulation that would last for eternity was terrifying enough to make many people tremble in fear and re-examine him, then Long Chen's clean and neat way of breaking it at the end was even more amazing. He won. This was Long Chen's victory. Of course, most people didn't realize it yet. It was not until Long Chen returned to the camp of Primal Chaos Ancestral God and the others that there was a commotion. Of course, even Primal Chaos Ancestral God and the others were extremely surprised at this time. This time, Long Chen won too easily. This time, it was even easier than the last time, said Primal Chaos Ancestral God. Yes, it was just right. If it were someone else, it wouldn't have been so easy. Long Chen shook his head and smiled. Chapter 36:16. It was as if the fierce battle between the ancestral gods of the Fourth Era had ended. Long Chen was undoubtedly the winner of this battle. Of course, sacred ancestor Kitagarbha was not injured at all, let alone killed. Currently, Long Chen was far from being able to kill him. Under the witness of tens of thousands of people, the outcome of this game had been decided. Now, all the ancestral gods were amazed by Long Chen, who had constantly surpassed the limits of everyone's imagination and created new miracles several times. They all looked at Long Chen in shock. Now, surrounded by nearly 100 ancestral gods of the 4th and 5th eras, Long Chen was scrutinizing sacred ancestor Kitagarbha and the remaining 8 ancestral gods of the 4th era who opposed him. While the two sides were still confronting each other, the momentum of Long Chen's side had already far surpassed that of the other side. Perhaps from this moment on, Long Chen already had the capital to overwhelm his opponents. This capital was reflected in both his personal strength and his prestige in the myriad worlds. Once upon a time, his status in the myriad worlds was just an insignificant ancestral god of the 9th era. Now, he was almost standing at the peak of the myriad worlds. Sacred ancestor Kitagarbha, I've successfully withstood all 3 attacks and cracked them. Not only am I not dead, but I'm also unscathed. I'm the winner of this battle, so in front of all the ancestral gods of the myriad worlds, you have to fulfill your promise and stay in the divine realm for 1,000 years. If you can't do it, I'm afraid that all the living beings in the myriad worlds, even the most humble ants, will look down on you. Long Chen said with a smile. Sacred ancestor Kitagarbha was facing the gazes of all the living beings in the myriad worlds. He gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. The battle with Long Chen had deeply subverted his worldview. Everything that had happened was a huge blow to him. As a result, he didn't know what to say in the face of all the living beings and Long Chen. The faces of the other 8 ancestral gods of the 4th era were extremely gloomy. The chaotic whole shaman ancestor had been defeated, but he hadn't lost as badly as this time. Not only had he boosted Long Chen's prestige and made them lose face, but he had also caused them to lose one of their 9 ancestral gods. It would not be easy for sacred ancestor Kitagarbha to come out under the public opinion of the various worlds. After all, even for the ancestral god of the 4th era, face was very important. Me. Sacred ancestor Kitagarbha's eyes were blood red. Let's go. Don't embarrass yourself here. Out of the bunch, the one in the most vicious state was common people's emperor ancestor. Although he wasn't the one who lost, he couldn't take it. His eyes were filled with killing intent. All right. The 9 of them were rather carefree as they turned around and left. After all, today was an unimaginable defeat for them. Long Chen, the Lord of Myriad Worlds. This title had returned, but this time it was shouted by the ancestral gods of the Myriad Worlds. The thousands of ancestral gods present were fanatically supporting Long Chen. Obviously, apart from the ancestral god of destruction in the Second Era, the chaotic whole shaman ancestor and the other 8 had become isolated. It was difficult for the ancestral gods of the Myriad Worlds to see hope among the 9 traitors. Now, they would rather believe that the death of demonic ancestor Qiyu had a lot to do with the 9 ancestral gods. Damn it, you've completely disgraced us this time. In the boundless starry sky, common people's emperor ancestor was furious. His domineering battle aura swept out. Even though he was trying to suppress it, it still affected the surrounding star region and caused countless broken stars to shatter. His target was sacred ancestor Kitagarbha. Sacred ancestor Kitagarbha sneered and said, "Don't be a hindsight, okay? You know what I'm capable of. It's not like I haven't fought with you before. In the end, I even sacrificed my 1,000-year fortune, but he still managed to break it. This is his strength and heaven-defying strength. It has nothing to do with me." Unconvinced, common people's emperor ancestor said, "Wasn't it your idea? At least we would be fine if we stayed in the chaotic whole shaman realm. Now, the balance has completely tilted in their favor. We've lost all the ancestral gods of the 5th Era and all the living beings of the Myriad Worlds. We've become traitors. There are only 9 of us left. No, you don't count anymore. There are only 8 of us left. Common people's emperor ancestor, what do you mean by this? Do you not like me? Don't think that I have to be afraid of you just because I've used up my 1,000-year fortune." Sacred ancestor Kitagarbha was also angry. The 2 of them confronted each other. "That's enough. We're already at a disadvantage, so it's better for us to stop arguing. Now is the time to think of a solution." Sheiji demon ancestor stepped forward and said, "Long Chen is so heaven-defying, and now he has the support of all the gods, demons, and ancestral gods. What does it have to do with us? Why don't we all go back to our own worlds, face the wall for 1,000 years, and beg for Long Chen's forgiveness?" Of course, these were words spoken out of anger. Among them, common people's emperor ancestor was the most indignant. Chaotic whole shaman ancestor said, "Don't be discouraged. This is just the beginning. It's not time to determine the winner yet. Why do you have to fight among yourselves now?" Everyone looked at him. Among them, divine ancestor Kitagarbha said angrily, "How dare you speak? Your brilliant plan is to keep us in the chaotic whole shaman realm and make us protect you. It's a good idea, but you've wasted all our time. Chaotic whole shaman ancestor, you killed his elders and 8 of them. Among us, Long Chen won't let you off the most. We can lose, but you can't." Chaotic whole shaman ancestor didn't feel any pressure at all. He smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. We are the creator ancestral gods. He can't kill us. At most, he can just seal us up. It's just a matter of taking a nap." Chaotic whole shaman ancestor's indifferent attitude made the ancestral gods look at him in disbelief. They had a feeling that the chaotic whole shaman ancestor was not such a person. "Also, you've underestimated me. I do have a brilliant plan, and it's a brilliant plan. It's just that I'm still in the process of making the tools. Once I succeed, with your help, Long Chen will definitely die." Chaotic whole shaman ancestor said confidently. This made everyone speechless. Common people's emperor ancestor still didn't believe him. He sneered and said, "All right, you can continue to bluff. I'm going back to my common people's imperial domain." After saying that, he couldn't be bothered to say more. He turned around and left the team. To be honest, today's situation really made him feel wronged. He wanted to kill Long Chen, but he felt that these people had considered too much and were too conflicted. Therefore, he hadn't succeeded. He preferred to cut the Gordian knot with a sharp knife. Common People's Emperor Ancestor left, but the others didn't. Sheiji Demon Ancestor said, Chaotic Hole Shaman Ancestor, tell us the details so that we can be prepared. That way, we can trust you more and do our best. Chaotic Hole Shaman Ancestor carefully refused. Everyone, you must believe me. Once I tell you, this method will lose its effect. Chaotic Hole Shaman Ancestor was very insistent. No matter how many times they emphasized it, he still wouldn't say it. I can only return to the God realm for all beings first. The rest is up to you. Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha was also very regretful that he had lost today. Of course, he also knew that he was the most unsuitable person to fight today, because he could vaguely feel that Long Chen's rules were restraining him. If it weren't for the restraining rules, even if he didn't die, it wouldn't have been so easy. The undercurrents of the myriad worlds surged and became even more majestic. The ancestral gods of the myriad worlds gradually dispersed. The 10 ancestral gods of the Fourth Era were all smiling and congratulating Long Chen for turning the tide and getting through this crisis. They also had nothing to do, so they began to repair the destroyed array for Long Chen. Today, I gained a lot from the battle with Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha. If I didn't happen to restrain him, fighting with the ancestral god of the Fourth Era would still be extremely dangerous. I'm afraid I'll have to reach the ancestral god realm of the Fifth Era to be able to truly contend with him. Therefore, Long Chen was very clear that the most important thing for him to do in the future was to reach the ancestral god realm of the Fifth Era first. As for the origin of the 5 worlds, he wasn't sure yet. It might not necessarily be because of killing. It might be because of time. Now that the dragon servants are gone, I just don't know where I can find the rest of the ancestral dragon's inheritance. This was Long Chen's current dilemma. Just as he was meditating, suddenly, an unexpected person was using his divine will to communicate with Long Chen across countless distances and spaces. Long Chen, I'm the Sheiji Demon Ancestor. The mountain Sheiji beast of the demon clan. He was the host of a ranking battle of the ancestral gods. However, after the battle, he was tempted by the black hole witch ancestor and the others and joined their team. Since then, he had never returned. Among the enemies, the Sheiji demon ancestor was probably the one that Long Chen didn't dislike the least. Chapter 36:17. They were enemies, yet they came to look for him. It was indeed a little strange. The Shoji forefather went straight to the point and said, after some contemplation and familiarization, coupled with the stimulation of today's matter, I feel that the choice I made before was a wrong one. At this point, Long Chen had a rough idea of his intentions today. Please continue. Long Chen did not reject it. Demon forefather Sheiji said, I can only blame myself for not knowing much about you and being bewitched by them. That's why I had some misunderstandings about you. Personally, my biggest doubt was that I still felt that it was better for one person to rule over the myriad worlds than the Ancestor God Alliance to rule over the myriad worlds together. I always felt that it was more fair and just, which was why I chose to join the Ancestor God Alliance. Your thoughts are understandable. After all, you don't know much about me. Long Chen nodded. Demon forefather Sheiji continued, in the beginning, I joined them because I supported the Ancestor God Alliance. But as things developed, I realized that the actual situation was different from what I imagined. I seem to have taken the wrong path. Today, I finally understand the crux of the matter. Long Chen did not interrupt him. Sheiji Demon Forefather laughed bitterly and said, actually, this isn't a matter of choosing the Ancestral God Alliance or choosing you to rule over the myriad worlds. I chose them, not the Ancestral God Alliance, but the Strangler. Actually, from your point of view, I've realized that you really have no interest in ruling over the myriad worlds. You've also vowed to only pay attention to the dragon's sacrificial continent. This is already very clear. I was worried about you ruling over the myriad worlds. But as I gradually understood your personality, I realized that my worries were unnecessary. The primal chaos ancestor god and the others thought more clearly than I did. Your existence is the symbol of the revival of the myriad worlds. If I were to kill you just to choose the ancestor god alliance, it would be neglecting the essentials. If I were to do that, I wouldn't be doing it for the myriad worlds. I would be doing it for myself. Just like how the Emperor Ancestor and the others opposed your dominance, they were actually doing it for themselves. Finally, today, I have my answer. This is because I can see that all the elder gods and all the living beings, with the exception of the 9 of us, are basically standing by your side. This means that you are the one who truly holds the hearts of the masses. The Ancestor God Alliance has no conflict with you, as it stands behind you. As for the rest of us, we are not members of the Ancestor God Alliance. Therefore, there was no conflict between choosing the Ancestor God Alliance and choosing you. However, I chose to be a traitor. Today, I apologize to you, and I want to express to you that in the future, I will stand by your side and unwaveringly support you. In the end, he clearly expressed his intentions. He didn't want to stay there anymore. This was a wise decision, and it also made Long Chen smile. Of course, it was better to be on guard against others. Who knew if he was faking it, or if he was actually thinking of ways to get close to Long Chen and kill Long Chen? When Long Chen thought of this, the other party naturally guessed it as well. Of course, I can't directly come to your side now, and I'm afraid you won't completely trust me either. After all, I've made a mistake. This is what I think. It's enough that you know my intentions. I will still mingle among them and be a so-called spy. If they make any moves, I will definitely inform you in advance. If they have any ideas, I will also communicate with you. If there's a huge battle royale again, I will not interfere much, and I might even switch sides at the last moment to reduce the pressure on you guys. This way, you just need to remember that your side has 11 4th-era ancestor gods, while the other side only has 7. He made a decision for Long Chen that wouldn't put him in a dilemma at all. Long Chen said, Demon Ancestor Sheiji, it's not difficult or strange to make a new decision. I choose to believe you. I may need your help on the other side. Having a spy on the other side was a great help to Long Chen. Of course, after all, he couldn't fully trust him. He might need to see the real situation before he could make a judgment. Thank you. I'll tell you what they've been thinking about for the past few months. Demon Ancestor Sheiji was naturally excited to be trusted. He basically told him everything that needed to be said, including their internal quarrel after the battle today, and every detail of the Great Whole Ancestor's words. This Great Whole Ancestor might have expected that one of us would switch sides, so he refused to say anything. Of course, he could also be deliberately mystifying us. You need to judge for yourself. However, I still suggest that you be careful. Of course, once I know the situation, I will tell you. Great Whole Ancestor. Long Chen thought of his unusual behavior these days. It was really possible that he was plotting a huge conspiracy, a conspiracy that could definitely kill Long Chen. Thinking back to his gloomy and cold expression these past few days, Long Chen felt a chill run down his spine. I understand. It was impossible for Long Chen to forget this hatred. He still firmly remembered it. He was always waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the day when he surpassed the black hole wizard ancestor. This hatred of life and death must be ruthlessly repaid. Okay, let's not talk about it now. Demon Ancestor Sheiji's voice faded. After that, Long Chen told the other 10 ancestral gods about Sheiji Demon Forefather's situation. Destiny Star Ancestor said, I know a little about Demon Ancestor Sheiji. In fact, he's not bad. I always felt that he made the wrong choice. Now that he has turned over a new leaf, it should be normal. Chaos Ancestor God said, he chose to be our spy, which is of great help to us and won't pose a threat to us. The key is that the Great Whole Ancestor is preparing a big conspiracy. He has to be so mysterious. This was not something that could be guessed. There don't seem to be many people left in the Great Whole Realm now. We should go directly and kill them. After all, Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha can't leave the realm of all beings, Demon Ancestor Six Paths suggested. The situation was too good. As long as they didn't take the initiative, they would be passive later. Long Chen said, "This is not the best time. Think about it carefully. Given their personalities, if they are forced into a corner, they will probably attack all beings in the Great Whole Realm. The casualties will be too heavy for them to bear. I think the only way for the time being is to monitor each and every one of them. Of course, we have to secretly monitor them. Otherwise, we can send 7 of them to monitor them first. To monitor the ancestral gods of the 4th era, they had to be the ancestral gods of the 4th era. Among them, 3 ancestral gods of the 4th era were left behind to build the formation on the dragon sacrificial continent. The other 7 went out to keep watch. Most of them were hiding around the chaotic whole shaman realm. 1 ancestral soul went to keep an eye on the mortal people's ancestor emperor, while the other primordial war ancestor went to keep an eye on divine ancestor Kitagarbha. Only by knowing their positions and movements could Long Chen feel more at ease. However, he found that after the battle that day, the ancestral gods basically stayed in 3 places: the Great Whole Realm, the common people's imperial domain, and the realm of all beings. Half a month passed, but there was no movement. Sheiji Demon Forefather was also in the realm of all beings. Any news? The Great Whole Wizard Ancestor has locked himself up at all times. I have no idea what he is doing, Sheiji Demon Forefather replied. The key point was still the Black Hole Wizard Ancestor's scheme. As time passed, Long Chen indeed smelled a kind of danger. He was considering whether he should attack first. In the end, he gave up. After all, they were all in the Great Whole Realm. Once they attacked, it would definitely affect this world. He couldn't afford to suffer such heavy casualties. Inside the Great Whole Realm, dark gray clouds filled the entire field of vision. The Great Whole Wizard Ancestor had turned into a cloud and floated in the gray clouds. In front of him, there were also 8 gray clouds that were changing shapes. Vaguely, he could see that there were 3 women and 5 men. They were the Origin Dragon servants. The Great Whole Wizard Ancestor laughed. Soon, 8 soul-devouring beasts will be born soon. Familiar people, respected elders, soul-devouring beasts. Hurry up and be born. Go plunder his ancestral soul and eat it clean. Chapter 36:18. Long Chen understood that what he needed to do the most now was to break through to the 5th era's ancestral god realm. This required him to spend a large amount of time cultivating on the 4th floor of the Pagoda of Time. As for those 4th era's ancestral gods who opposed him, they were now under the surveillance of the 7 4th era's ancestral gods. The 4th era's ancestral gods' destructive power was too strong. If they didn't stop him, just one of them would be enough to wipe out the entire world. Long Chen could not help much now, so he naturally placed his hopes on the 10 4th era's primordial ancestor gods to protect the stability of the myriad worlds. He and Lingxi were both working hard. When Long Chen was trying to break through to the 5th era's ancestral god realm, Lingxi was already trying to break through to the 4th era's ancestral god realm. After she succeeded and stabilized her foundation, her strength would surpass many 4th era's ancestral gods. The reason why she was always faster than Long Chen was because she only had 2 world origin sources, while Long Chen already had 5. Of course, Long Chen was still much stronger than her. Kitten was the same as Long Chen, also trying to break through to the 5th era's ancestral god realm. He was the destruction ancestral god. At this time, he was still determined to be the strongest destruction ancestral god, just like before the 1st era. When I recover to the 4th era's ancestral god realm, I will be at the peak of the supreme ancient boundless world purifying immortal ancestor and god curse ancestor. There won't be any more improvements in the future. Luckily, at this level, I can really help you. Lingxi was always by his side, her white dress fluttered in the wind. Your future will at least surpass many fourth era's ancestral god realm. After all, she had 2 inheritances, and neither was weak. When I reach that level, I will go and protect the supreme ancient immortal realms and ancestral planet. Right now, I can't protect these 2 worlds. The supreme ancient immortal realms and ancestral planet had been forgotten because they didn't have a creator god. Naturally, Long Chen would go there sometimes. It was peaceful there. Not many elder gods would care about a world without a creator elder god. Even if they did, they knew that it was Long Chen's territory. I didn't expect that after so many years, you would also become a world lord, and a world lord of 2 fourth-era primordial ancestor god worlds. Long Chen was rather emotional. In reality, Lingxi had always been working hard, and her level was no less than his. You've worked hard and fought for so many years, and now, you've finally arrived at the final moment. I believe that you'll definitely succeed. Now, all that's left is for you to surpass the origin ancestral god of the 4th era. It wasn't just Lingxi who was looking forward to it. All the fiend gods in the infinite worlds were looking forward to it. They were looking forward to the moment when Long Chen unified the infinite worlds and subjugated all the elder gods. Of course, this process was not easy. Common People's Emperor region. A vast world floated in the starry sky. It was an origin-grade world. Billions of creatures lived and multiplied in the complex, primitive formation. The Common People's God race was a huge race in the infinite worlds. They were on the same level as the Chaos God race, Primordial God race, Creation God race, All-Life God race, etc. The surrounding worlds were all impressed by the Common People's God race's strength. Of course, the key was that the ancestor god of the Common People's God race was the ancestor god of the 4th era. He was one of the rulers of the infinite worlds. Now, word spread that Long Chen's strength had soared and he was about to surpass the ancestor god of the 4th era. As a member of the opposing side, even the ancestor gods of the surrounding worlds didn't have high hopes for the future of the Common People's Emperor ancestor. Ancestor Original Soul, are you monitoring me? Roughly 10 days after the Ancestor Original Soul arrived, the Common People's Emperor ancestor came out of the Common People's Emperor region and noticed the Ancestor Original Soul. To be able to notice him, it meant that he wasn't simple. The Ancestor Original Soul didn't panic and said, "You can say that I am monitoring you or that I am keeping an eye on you. Ancestor Common People's Emperor, the future of the infinite worlds has already been decided. I think you shouldn't mess around and just submit. Stop causing trouble and Long Chen won't make things difficult for you." The Ancestor Common People's Emperor burst out laughing, "Stop joking. I will be the same as you. To survive, I will give up my pride as an ancestor god and be a dog. I won't be able to do such a thing." These words were extremely excessive, but the ancestor soul origin didn't get angry. He only chuckled and said, "What a pity. You are the 4th great era's ancestral god, yet you don't even have the intelligence of a normal person. Your mind is only filled with schemes and ruthlessness. When you can calm down, perhaps you'll be able to understand." The Ancestor Common People's Emperor wasn't good at talking and was easily stopped by the Ancestor Original Soul. Truthfully, his temper was really explosive, and if only the Ancestor Original Soul was here, he wouldn't mind attacking. If you have balls, then don't run. Beside the Common People's Emperor region, he couldn't take it anymore and suppressed the Ancestor Original Soul. The Ancestor Original Soul couldn't be bothered to fight with him. After all, there were no benefits and it was easy to accidentally injure the gods and demons. He dodged to the side. The Ancestor Common People's Emperor actually didn't give up and chased with a vicious smile. "Coward, as expected, you don't have the guts to fight me head-on." The Ancestor Common People's Emperor's voice reverberated throughout the 10,000 worlds. The Ancestor Original Soul was too lazy to care about him. Who knew that the Ancestor Common People's Emperor would still chase? As he chased, he attacked. The surrounding space, broken stars, etc. were all destroyed. "Who told you to monitor me? Trash." He even took out the source of the world. The source of the world was called the Common People's Emperor Pagoda. This was a golden pagoda, and it was this pagoda that gave birth to the Common People's Emperor region and the ancestor Common People's Emperor. The Mortal People's Emperor's pagoda looked like it had more than 100,000 levels, and each level was dazzling with gold and jade. Within each level, there was a power that could evolve into a power body. Scram! With a maniacal attack, the ancestor Common People's Emperor region wiped out 1 billion miles of the galaxy outside of the Common People's Emperor region. Many gods and spirits were injured or killed, and many of them were from his Common People's god race. However, during this period of time, the ancestor Common People's Emperor was just too violent. During this period of time, he mentioned holding ancestor god Panga hostage several times. Anyway, they had no prestige in the 10,000 worlds, so why not just do it a few more times to wipe out Longchen? Hong hong hong. From the perspective of the Common People's Emperor region, it seemed like the sky had cracked and a giant crack had appeared. Most of the stars in the sky were swallowed by this crack. The ancestor Common People's Emperor is showing off. Too terrifying. The ancestor Common People's Emperor is invincible in 10,000 worlds. Numerous Common People's god race members knelt on the ground. The ancestor Original Soul stood on the other side of the crack and felt really helpless. Scram as far as you can. The ancestor Common People's Emperor's angry voice spread over from the other side. A moment later, he couldn't find the ancestor Original Soul, so he went back while cursing. The ancestor Original Soul talked to the primal chaos ancestor god and the others about what happened here. This ancestor Common People's Emperor has the most explosive temper out of all of them. I think we should let the ancestor god creation go over and all of you look after him. Only then can we calm him down. Okay. After seeing how explosive the ancestor Common People's Emperor was, the ancestor Original Soul felt that it should be the case. After the surroundings calmed down, the ancestor Original Soul returned to the area around the Common People's Emperor region to hide himself. If the ancestor Common People's Emperor found him, then he would just have to avoid him. Anyways, the ancestor god creation was about to arrive. The Common People's Emperor region was covered by the formation and it was really silent. Just at this moment, the ancestor Original Soul felt a little weird. Before this, he was in the Common People's Emperor region and didn't hide it, so I knew of his existence. But it seems like he has been moving around within the Common People's Emperor region. It is obvious that he isn't someone who can stay still. But now, he has stopped at one spot and doesn't move at all. Moreover, his aura is a little off, like a smokescreen. This meant that there was a high chance that the feeling that the ancestor Original Soul felt within the Common People's Emperor region was fake. There was a high chance that the ancestor Common People's Emperor wasn't here anymore. I fell for a trap. Maybe he noticed me long ago. When he appeared just now, he knew that I wouldn't attack him, so he chased me away. When I returned, he used a smokescreen to trick me. In truth, he had already left the Common People's Emperor region. Something happened. The ancestor Original Soul hurriedly informed all the ancestor gods about what happened here. Chapter 36:19. Now that Saint Ancestor Kitagarbha was still in the god realm, he was too embarrassed to come out. Chaos Hole Ancestor and the others were still in the Chaos Hole Shaman realm, waiting for his plot. At least, Chaos Ancestor God and the others were sure that they were all in the Chaos Hole Shaman realm. If we don't act alone, we are most afraid of being lured away. We have to leave 5 people here to guard this place while the others chase after Mortal People's Emperor Ancestor. There were still 3 4th-era Ancestor gods at the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Therefore, the only ones who could move were the Original Soul Ancestor and Creation Ancestor God. In the vast world, once Mortal People's Emperor Ancestor is in a wandering state, he will be a problem. We have to tell Longchen about this. With his life and death world's help, it will be easier for us. Okay. To the Original Soul Ancestor, Mortal People's Emperor Ancestor shouldn't be far away. The key was that he didn't know which direction he was in. If he chased in the wrong direction, he would only get further and further away. Previously, I was in the east of mortal people's emperor realm, so he can't go east. He can only go southwest or north. Among them, the west is the easiest for me to find. There were 3 choices. On the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, Long Chen heard mortal people's emperor ancestor's secret departure. Sheiji demon ancestor once said that mortal people's emperor ancestor seemed to have fallen out with the others. His temper was very intense and he might do something drastic, which would be a huge problem. Long Chen said, "Leave 2 to observe from afar at the Chaos Hole Shaman realm." From the information provided by Sheiji demon ancestor, it is very quiet over there. It can't be a diversion. Mortal people's emperor ancestor is acting alone. The remaining 8 will follow him. Since he is alone, we can think of a way to deal with him. Then we will trust Sheiji demon ancestor for once. In the end, Nature ancestor and Great Dream Heart ancestor were left in the Chaos Hole Shaman realm. 1/4 era ancestor god, Chaos ancestor god, was left on the dragon sacrificial continent. The other 7 headed towards the space near mortal people's emperor realm. With Long Chen's death world, it was very easy for them to track. Where did mortal people's emperor ancestor go? When they reached common people's emperor region, they were sure that common people's emperor ancestor had run. Then, they split up and chased from 3 different directions. Everyone's heart tensed up because of this madman. In the vast sea of clouds, the endless land was shrouded in thick clouds and mist. The entire world seemed to be a huge cotton-like cloud and mist, ancient, heavy, clean, and pleasant. The boundless clouds and mist were lazy and quiet, and the clouds were undulating. Looking through the clouds and looking carefully, one could see a total of 33 worlds within the clouds. There were planets, continents, clouds, petals, and trees. The 33 worlds were simply a miniature of the myriad of worlds, with everything that one could think of. The supreme ancient immortal realms, the 33rd heavenly layer. Every layer of heaven was magnificent and magnificent. The supreme ancient immortal realms was different from the myriad of worlds. It seemed like it didn't belong to this world. It had a purity in nature that was hard to find in the myriad of worlds, just like Lingxi. Although Lingxi became the ancestor god of this place, the number of times she returned wasn't many. On the contrary, Long Chen came here more often. Right now, the strongest expert in the supreme ancient immortal realms was still Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon. Today, Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon was in the most core layer of the 33 heavenly layers, preparing to become the destruction ancestor god. When the ancestor gods of the myriad of worlds returned, he had a new goal. I heard from Long Chen that Lady Lingxi would soon recover to the 4th era's origin ancestor god realm. At that time, she would become the ancestor god of our supreme ancient immortal realms. Luckily, it's Lady Lingxi. She is so kind and brave, she will definitely bring eternal peace to our supreme ancient immortal realms. During this period of time, the myriad of worlds are simply too chaotic. Luckily, no one in the supreme ancient immortal realms paid attention to us. It's very peaceful here. Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon was naturally very satisfied with such a situation. At this moment, Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon suddenly felt a sense of pressure. What's going on? It's like the entire supreme ancient immortal realms is being controlled and suppressed. Why is there such a strange feeling? Do you guys feel it? Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon asked his disciples at the Divine Emperor realm. Replying to Master, we feel uncomfortable as well. This is strange. You guys stay here, I'll go out and take a look. He soared up into the air, leaving this layer of heavenly layers. He flew out of the supreme ancient immortal realms and came to the starry space outside. Below him was a world filled with boundless immortal fog. There's nothing at all. This doesn't make sense. Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon was puzzled. At this moment, he felt something behind him. When he turned his head, he was instantly stunned. In the starry space behind him, there were millions and millions of golden particles. These particles were currently radiating resplendent light, easily blinding Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon's eyes. At the final moment, Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon saw the millions and millions of golden particles gathering together, condensing into a golden human. Who are you? Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon was badly shocked. At the same time, he used his fastest speed to inform Long Chen. Long Chen, quickly save the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms, save me. This was already enough. Because, his tone was filled with urgency. When his vision turned blurry, a golden-skinned ancestor god appeared before him. The ancestor had a baleful look on his face. This was none other than the Mortal Life Emperor Ancestor. Hindrance. He merely shot a glance at Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon. In an instant, Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon's body was engulfed by the golden light. In an instant, he turned into ashes. Even his soul shattered, scattering into the surroundings. Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon was instantly annihilated. This world should be the world of that woman Long Chen, right? Seems like it's similar to my Mortal Life Emperor region. The eyes of the Mortal Life Emperor Ancestor were filled with jealousy and hatred. He knew that Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon would definitely tell the news of his appearance to Long Chen. After that, those ancestor gods would arrive soon. Hence, he didn't have much time. Mortal Life Emperor's Pagoda. The Mortal Life Emperor's Pagoda appeared in his hand, shining with golden light. Expand. Under the control of the Mortal Emperor Ancestor, the Mortal Emperor Pagoda expanded endlessly. In a short instant, it already surpassed the size of the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms. However, it didn't stop there. The area of the Mortal Emperor Pagoda was several times the size of the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms. In the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms, in the 33 heavenly layers and 33 worlds, countless people inclined their heads. The sky above them had already turned completely golden, as though there were many suns in the sky. What is this? Why did the sky suddenly turn golden? People didn't know that the apocalypse had arrived. All the bewilderment only lasted for an instant. At that instant, maybe not many people felt fear. They were only curious. In fact, there were even some families that stood out to admire the view. At this moment, there were people rising up within their clans, causing people to have a whole new level of respect for them. Some people just joined a sect and obtained some precious inheritances. They were now working hard to become stronger. Some people just found love, some people had many children and grandchildren. There were hundreds of trillions of lives, countless gods and devils. But at this moment, the mortal people's Emperor's Pagoda pressed down with an unprecedented speed. It was like a steel hammer smashing down on a bubble. In an instant, the 33 layers of heaven shattered, turned into dust, exploded, and rumbled. Boom! The 33 heavenly layers of the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms directly exploded. Break! Haha! The excited laughter of the Mortal Life Emperor Ancestor reverberated through the air. Under the suppression of his laughter, the destruction of the entire world, the deaths of trillions of lives, seemed to be silent. The vitality of the Ancestor God was simply too high. To humans, a single stomp from them could trample countless tiny lifeforms to death. The disparity between them and the Ancestor God was roughly the same. Although they were all sentient lifeforms. The Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms was destroyed. The entire world was plunged into chaos. The mist didn't dissipate but formed into a gigantic sphere that floated in the air. However, the once beautiful Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms, from now on, no matter what, had completely disappeared. Long Chen, quickly come over and take a look. This is a gift from me, the Mortal Life Emperor Ancestor. Sadly, you still have no way to deal with me. Because, I'm the Creator Ancestor. Chapter 36-20. The Supreme Ancient Immortal Realm was gone. The coldness of the Mortal Life Emperor Ancestor was displayed to the extreme in this destruction. He naturally knew that Long Chen was fast. Thus, after he arrived, he destroyed it without a second word. Then, without a second word, he left immediately. Given his ability and speed, it wasn't difficult to accomplish all this. The key was that he had to be ruthless. In the myriad worlds, there was probably no one other than him who could do this. At that time, Long Chen was still cultivating in the 4th level of the Pagoda of Time. It was a slightly more crucial moment. Heavenly Yuan Immortal Sovereign. Faintly, he heard Heavenly Yuan Immortal Sovereign's call. Quickly save the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realm. Moreover, during this period of time, the 4th era's primordial ancestor gods were searching for the mortal life Emperor Ancestor. Hence, Long Chen instantly understood that the mortal life Emperor Ancestor must have gone to the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realm. Mortal life Emperor Ancestor. Long Chen ignored the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realm. He underestimated the craziness of the mortal life Emperor Ancestor. At least before this, the other ancestor gods wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Most probably, even Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha and the Chaos Whole Ancestor wouldn't be able to do it. Long Chen. At that moment, Lingxi, who was not far away, turned pale. That was her world. She could clearly feel the danger she was facing now. Everyone, the mortal life Emperor Ancestor is in the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realm. Long Chen immediately told this matter to all the 4th era's primordial ancestor gods. He believed that after they heard this, they would know how urgent this matter was. Go over. They were originally tracking the mortal life Emperor Ancestor. Now that they knew the location, they quickly entered the Death World. Long Chen also came to the Death World from the Pagoda of Time. After that, he opened several gates to the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realm. Mortal life Emperor Ancestor. When the gates opened, Long Chen roared, trying to intimidate the mortal life Emperor Ancestor. About 8 4th era's primordial ancestor gods came in. At this crucial moment, they directly rushed out. At this moment, Lingxi, who was still in the Pagoda of Time, said to Long Chen, the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realm has been destroyed. What? From the pain and hatred in Lingxi's voice, one could tell that this wasn't fake. The Emperor Ancestor appeared in the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms because he wanted to destroy them. His ruthlessness and madness had exceeded everyone's expectations. The Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms were destroyed, swoosh. At this moment, Long Chen and the 8 4th era primordial ancestor gods appeared in the surroundings of the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms. What appeared before their eyes was a gigantic sphere. This sphere was formed from countless clouds of dust and was left behind after the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms was destroyed. Maybe, it was once a part of the mountains and rivers, or even a part of the immortal clans of the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms, but now, all of it was dust. This sphere was very large and floated in the air. Casting one's gaze over, the once vast and beautiful Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms was no longer left. The bustling world that was filled with dreams and passion had now turned silent. Emperor Ancestor. Not only for Long Chen, when they saw this scene, the eyes of the primal chaos ancestor gods and the others instantly turned red. This was an intolerable and unimaginable hatred. In just an instant, all of them simply wanted nothing more than to tear the Emperor Ancestor into 1,000 pieces. If the Ancestor God Alliance still existed, the Emperor Ancestor could be considered to have committed a heinous crime. But even if the Ancestor God Alliance didn't exist, all ancestor gods should have the most basic rule, and that was to not destroy the myriad worlds. However, the Emperor Ancestor has already used his own actions to break through this bottom line. He did something that no ancestor god or any other living being in the world would be able to forgive. He destroyed the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms and annihilated trillions of immortal races in the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms. Countless souls roamed the world, crying as they stared at their former homes. When the 9 of them came here and saw this scene, maybe they still had some hope for the Emperor Ancestor. But from the looks of it now, there was only killing intent in their hearts. This was something unforgivable. I didn't expect that the Emperor Ancestor would really do such a thing. Among the ancestor gods, he deserves to die the most. We must capture him no matter what. We can't allow him to continue causing trouble. Maybe, the methods we used earlier were simply too gentle. The eyes of each ancestor god were filled with rage. Honestly speaking, Long Chen's feelings for the supreme ancient immortal realms were deeper. He should be the one to be enraged. Everything before his eyes was so desolate. In the pagoda of time, Lingxi was in even more pain. She who hadn't shed tears for a very long time now had tears all over her face. She also had deep feelings for this world. These were feelings that originated from the origin source of the world, and also her own feelings. Luckily, there was Yang Yu, Yang Lingqing, the Dragon Emperor, Li Xuanji, and her children accompanying Lingxi. Before this, when the dragon attendants were killed, the rage and hatred in Long Chen's heart had long been accumulated to the extreme. Now that the supreme ancient immortal realms had been destroyed, he discovered that he was simply too lenient towards the ancestor gods of the Fourth Era who resisted him. He originally shouldn't have cared about the opinions of the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds. If he was more ruthless towards them, maybe such a tragedy wouldn't have occurred. This internal war must end. If not, there would be even more casualties. Now that he felt the weight of his responsibility, Long Chen suppressed the hatred and anger in his heart. He endured the pain in his heart and asked, "Where is the Emperor Ancestor?" "He left before we arrived. I just don't know which direction he went. The supreme ancient immortal realms has already been destroyed, but what we are more worried about is that he wouldn't spare the other worlds. Hence, we have to capture him as soon as possible." Long Chen was very clear about this point. The problem was, where was the Emperor Ancestor exactly? The myriad worlds were so vast. If the Emperor Ancestor wanted to hide, it would naturally be difficult to find him. Now, Long Chen could only take a gamble. He spoke, given his current personality, after destroying the supreme ancient immortal realms, it would be very hard for him to stop. Among the many original grade worlds, the only two that don't have the protection of the ancestor gods of the Fourth Era are the supreme ancient immortal realms and the Ancestral Star. Now that the supreme ancient immortal realms are gone, I'm worried that he would act against the Ancestral Star. Hence, we have to send one or two ancestor gods over as soon as possible. The primal chaos ancestor god spoke, "It's best if 3 of you go over. If you discover him, you can imprison him. Now, even if we heavily injure him and imprison him, the Chaos Whole Ancestor and the others won't be able to say anything." Finally, the Primal Chaos Ancestor God, Primordial Chaos Ancestor God and Fortune Ancestor God directly went to the Ancestral Star and hid there, waiting for the Emperor Ancestor to descend. This time, Long Chen no longer underestimated the ruthlessness and madness of the Emperor Ancestor. He understood that he had to take more precautions than he had imagined. Maybe, the Emperor Ancestor would head over to the Ancestral Star. A mere supreme ancient immortal realms wouldn't be able to satisfy his crazy actions. Other than the other ancestor gods searching for traces of the Emperor Ancestor, there were 2 who stayed behind to accompany Long Chen in the supreme ancient immortal realms. The world source energy of the supreme ancient immortal realms wasn't destroyed, hence, there was still a possibility for the dead souls to be reborn. It was just that the number of dead souls was simply too great. Long Chen transformed into a gigantic Taiji life-form dragon. His 15-headed divine body stretched out and swam about in the clouds. Right now, Long Chen's divine body could already be considered extremely large. That jade-green flame gradually gushed out from Long Chen, sweeping up boundless smoke. Only the Primal War Ancestor and the Origin Soul Ancestor were left behind when they saw this scene. The jade-green flames had already filled the entire supreme ancient immortal realms. This place had already transformed into a world of flames. Within the boundless flames, numerous dead souls started to condense, forming flesh and blood. Even the birds and beasts were the same. Reviving the dead. He didn't miss a single one of them. Only those whose souls were shattered to the most severe degree would die completely. As for the others, they would regain the height of Xingmi. This was the miracle that Long Chen had created. For example, Heavenly Essence Immortal Sovereign. Because he was directly attacked by the Emperor Ancestor, Long Chen couldn't find his soul anymore. Luckily, the vast majority of them could be reborn. As expected of the world savior. The Primal War Ancestor sighed. Yup, I hope that this time around, I can capture that Emperor Ancestor and teach him a true lesson. Ancestor gods are simply too troublesome. Other than imprisoning them, there's simply no other way. As for imprisoning them, that was something they were the least afraid of. Chapter 36-21. Batches of immortal races from the supreme ancient immortal realms entered the dragon sacrificial continent. They naturally couldn't accept the destruction of their world and the fact that they had to survive in another world. Luckily, they had a certain level of yearning towards the dragon sacrificial continent. It could already be considered fortunate that they could be revived. Over here, there was also Lingxi to take care of them. If it wasn't for her, although many immortal races regained their bodies, their souls wouldn't be able to recover. It was at this moment that Lingxi brought new hope to the supreme ancient immortal realms. In the past, the dragon sacrificial continent was also destroyed and nothing was left. But now, everyone, please take a look. The new dragon sacrificial continent is already the largest world in the myriad of worlds. One day, I will let the supreme ancient immortal realms return to the myriad of worlds. The most important thing is that although the supreme ancient immortal realms are no more, our immortal realms are still alive. It was precisely these words that allowed the immortal races of the supreme ancient immortal realms, who were immersed in sorrow and pain, to regain hope. They gained a deeper understanding of Lingxi and Long Chen. 3 days passed. There was still no news from the mortal life Emperor Ancestor. However, the news of the supreme ancient immortal realms being destroyed had already spread to the myriad of worlds. From now on, the 9 primordial ancestor gods who opposed Long Chen became devils in the myriad of worlds. They were the targets of disdain. When this news spread to their own worlds, for example the Mortal Life Emperor region, many people felt their hair standing on end. For a time, the hearts of the people in the myriad of worlds were filled with trepidation. Right now, everyone was praying for Long Chen and the others to suppress the opposition as soon as possible, unify the myriad of worlds and establish a new order, allowing the myriad of worlds to enter an era of true peace. This was the long-cherished wish of everyone. It was precisely this long-cherished wish, the wish force of all living beings, and even more faith that allowed Long Chen to possess even greater power, allowing him to rapidly advance. This made him deeply understand that to him, the living beings of the myriad worlds were not insignificant, nor were they ants. Rather, it was the foundation of power. Water could carry a boat, but it could also capsize it. As for the mortal people Emperor Ancestor, he had already walked further and further down this path. His own allies probably didn't want to walk the same path as him anymore. At least when this news spread out, the chaotic whole sorcerer ancestor didn't do anything. Sheiji demon ancestor also said that he couldn't understand common people's emperor ancestor's stupid actions. He chose to stand on that side because he wanted peace. What common people's emperor ancestor was doing now was destroying worlds. He wanted to start a war. On this day, Long Chen exhausted all his strength and finally allowed more than 99% of the primordial celestial race to return to the human world and move to the dragon sacrificial continent. The remaining 1% disappeared for eternity, including the heavenly essence celestial venerate. Those were things that could not be undone. Even the souls of the dead were destroyed. They left together with the supreme ancient immortal realms. This matter had also spread throughout the myriad worlds. The identities of the destroyer and savior were really obvious. In the entire 10,000 worlds, even in the common people's emperor ancestors' common people's emperor region, everyone knew what to choose. Common people's emperor ancestor was despised by the people. Long Chen was already the person everyone expected. Naturally, if he could choose, Long Chen would naturally choose the intact supreme ancient immortal realms. After the calamity, people would only discover that he was someone truly worthy of trust. After returning to the dragon sacrificial continent and seeing that the primordial celestial race had already merged with the divine dragon race, Longchen felt very gratified. It has been tough on you. Longchen looked at the slightly haggard Lingxi. Just a little bit more. When I reach the primordial ancestor realm in the 4th era, they won't be bullied anymore. This isn't your fault. Right now, there's still no news of common people's emperor ancestor. It was very hard for Lingxi to hate someone. But now, she really wanted nothing more than to kill common people's emperor ancestor. Just when Longchen wanted to say no, the primal chaos ancestor god told him that they discovered common people's emperor ancestor was near the ancestral planet and he was about to meet up with the 3 ancestor gods. As expected, he couldn't control the madness in his heart. The choice of the myriad of lives stimulated him, causing him to want to create an even bigger storm. He wanted to make everyone fear him. After a series of choices, he chose the ancestral planet. This was because he knew that the ancestral planet was Lingxi's 2nd world. Although it wasn't an origin grade world, it was close. Everyone, let's head to the ancestral planet together. We must make him pay the price. Longchen didn't go first. The other ancestor gods were actually all in the death world, waiting for this moment. Longchen left many death world dragon gates around the ancestral planet. Within them, a total of 5 ancestor gods instantly charged out. They were in 5 different directions, directly sealing off common people's emperor ancestor's path of retreat. There was a total of 8 ancestor gods. The moment common people's emperor ancestor appeared, they surrounded him. All of them had cold expressions and their eyes were filled with hatred and rage. They had waited for this moment for too long. Common people's emperor ancestor. The 8 4th era ancestor gods gritted their teeth. Seeing such a lineup, common people's emperor ancestor panicked. He had guessed that this would happen, but after enduring for 3 days, he still chose the ancestral planet. You guys really made such a big scene for me, Yi Zichen said. Don't you guys find it laughable and shameful that I'm surrounded by so many people? Common people's emperor ancestor had an indifferent look on his face. He wanted to delay for time and at the same time, he told the Chaos Whole ancestor and the others about what happened to him. Although he had a conflict of opinion with them because of what happened in the supreme ancient immortal realms, he believed that they wouldn't allow him to be controlled. If that was the case, they would lose a portion of their strength. Attack. The Chaos Whole ancestor god and the others couldn't be bothered to speak nonsense with him. Maybe common people's emperor ancestor himself didn't realize how intolerable his actions were. The 8 4th era ancestor gods attacked at the same time. Common people's emperor pagoda. Common people's emperor ancestor was shocked. He hurriedly took out the pagoda to protect himself, hoping to enter it. If that was the case, they would only be able to attack the pagoda if they wanted to. They wouldn't be able to injure common people's emperor ancestor. However, they definitely wouldn't destroy his world source energy. Hence, he would definitely be safe. Evil ghost. However, the original soul ancestor acted swiftly. They had already predicted that he would do this, so they used their mental attacks to trap mortal people's emperor ancestor in an illusion. The 8 4th era ancestor gods attacked at the same time, creating a huge scene. 8 types of laws instantly pressed down. Before mortal people's emperor ancestor could enter the mortal people's emperor pagoda, he was hit by 8 types of laws. Break. The primordial soul ancestor god controlled the 9-colored lotus, smashing the pagoda away. Do you all dare to destroy me? Common people's emperor ancestor laughed maniacally. Who? Just as he finished speaking, the 8 ancestor gods attacked at the same time. Just the law energy from the first few was enough to destroy common people's emperor ancestor's physical body, leaving only his world source energy. This was already considered a heavily injured state. Seal his world source energy. Next 8 layers of imprisonment. Let me go first. Among them, several ancestor gods first suppressed common people's emperor ancestor's world source energy, causing him to be unable to move. After that, the primordial battle ancestor came first. He used a heavy layer of imprisonment outside the world source energy. Next, the primordial soul ancestor used another layer of imprisonment. The more restrictions there were, the more the world's source energy would be locked down. Above 5 layers, there was no need to control it at all. Common people's emperor ancestors' world source energy would be suppressed to the point where it couldn't move at all. It was like a defenseless person being locked up in a steel cage. However, they still used 8 layers of imprisonment to lock it down. At least within 10,000 years, common people's emperor ancestor alone wouldn't be able to break it. After all, 8 ancestor gods of the same level attacked at the same time. When Long Chen came to the ancestral star, what appeared in front of him wasn't common people's emperor ancestor, but a golden cocoon-like thing. Common people's emperor ancestor was captured. Thank you everyone. Long Chen temporarily put down the hatred in his heart. Today's situation was at least an explanation to the people of the 10,000 worlds and the immemorial celestial race. He also had an explanation for Lingxi. However, when he looked at the golden cocoon, he couldn't help but feel indignant. Long Chen was in a daze. What are you thinking about? Creation ancestor God came to his side and asked. Chapter 36:22. Hearing Long Chen's words, the ancestral gods were slightly taken aback. It wasn't that they thought it was inappropriate. On the contrary, they couldn't tolerate mortal people emperor ancestor. After all, he had broken the fundamental principles of the ancestral gods. They hadn't expected to have such a choice. But at this time, Great Dream Heart Ancestor and Nature Ancestor told Long Chen that because mortal people Emperor Ancestor was controlled and imprisoned by them, Chaos Whole Ancestor and Sheiji Ancestor could no longer sit still and were heading towards the ancestral star. In addition, Sheiji Ancestor also told Long Chen that the 7 of them were already on their way. Among the 9 of them, Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha stayed in the All-Beings God realm and couldn't leave for 1,000 years. Mortal people Emperor Ancestor was trapped, so there were only 7 of them left. Compared to the 10 on Long Chen's side, they were actually quite weak. If they want to come over, we'll take mortal people Emperor Ancestor away. Now that Long Chen's side had the upper hand and had finally captured mortal people Emperor Ancestor, he naturally wouldn't let the tiger return to the mountain. Moreover, mortal people Emperor Ancestor was so dangerous that it wasn't suitable for him to have freedom. They're probably coming over to negotiate or fight. It's not suitable near the ancestral star. Let's find a spacious place and wait for them. Primordial Chaos Ancestral God said. Okay. The group moved to a relatively spacious star region. There was no one around, so it couldn't be more suitable to welcome the challenges of the 9 fourth-era ancestral gods. Because of their arrival, Long Chen also put aside his previous thoughts. Their lineup is getting smaller and smaller. If there are a few more, we can swallow them in one go and stabilize the myriad worlds, said Primordial Chaos Ancestral God. That's right. Including the fact that Sheiji Ancestor has turned to us, they actually only have 6 left, while we have 11. In a few days, if Long Chen has a breakthrough, it will be 12. 12 against 6, we can basically launch an all-out attack. 2 fourth-era ancestral gods against 1 would basically be able to take them down. The reason why they hadn't made a move yet was because they were worried that 1 or 2 would escape. What they were most afraid of was that they would lose their bottom line like mortal people Emperor Ancestor and destroy the world. Otherwise, it would already be the time for the final battle. No matter what, we can't return the common people's Emperor Ancestor to them today. Long Chen didn't say a word and directly tossed common people's Emperor Ancestor into the ruins of time. Time slowed down there, and if common people's Emperor Ancestor could break the 8 seals, at least 1,000,000 years would have passed. Not long after, Great Dream Heart Ancestor and Nature Ancestor were the first 2 to return to the team. In the blink of an eye, Chaos Whole Ancestor and the other 6 arrived. Sheiji Demon Ancestor was among them, Bright Gold Ancestor, Devilish Silver Ancestor and others. The 7 of them were still very courageous and directly stepped forward. In the past, the Black Hole Witch Ancestor loved to be in the limelight, but now, he didn't say anything and seemed to be unwilling. After they arrived, there was an ancestral god among them. His name was Epic Tao Ancestor, and the world he controlled was the Epic Tao domain. It was extremely vast, even larger than the Chaos Whole Shaman realm. This Epic Tao Ancestor had the appearance of a white-haired old man. He had an aquiline nose and sword-like eyebrows. His divine body was tall and slender, and he had a thick world genesis energy. He was simply imposing even when he was not angry. It was said that the true strength of this era Tao Ancestor was stronger than that of Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha and Chaotic Whole Ancestor. He was born in the middle of the Fourth Era and was one of the 2 or 3 strongest people in the universe. He usually kept a low profile, but in fact, he was one of the earliest people who decided to oppose Long Chen. He was one of the true candidates for the title of the strongest in the myriad worlds. Now that Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha and Emperor Ancestor Kitagarbha were gone, and Chaos Cave Ancestor was hiding in the back, Tao Ancestor Era stepped forward and said, "Release Emperor Ancestor Kitagarbha. Don't go too far. If you want to teach him a lesson, then teach him a lesson. Why take away his freedom?" They had already lost Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha, and now they had also lost Ancestral Emperor. There was no way they could fight against Long Chen and the others. Long Chen spoke, "Senior Tao Ancestor Ji Yuan, it's not that I want to deprive him of his freedom. It's just that Emperor has already reached a state of madness. Everyone should be very clear about what happened in the myriad of worlds before this. The supreme ancient immortal realms was destroyed and trillions of lives were lost because of him. But today, he actually dared to come here to destroy our ancestral planet. Such a cruel and crazy ancestor god, if I don't restrict him, he would destroy the myriad of worlds sooner or later, including your Epic Tao domain. I believe that Sir definitely wouldn't be willing to see your Epic Tao domain destroyed, right?" Long Chen's words made sense, which was why he was confident. This time it was the common people's Emperor Ancestor's fault, and no matter how he was punished, he couldn't blame anyone else. Tao Ancestor Ji Yuan said, "Of course we know the mistakes that the common people's Emperor Ancestor has made. However, even if we want to punish him, it's not your turn. Hand him over and we will naturally imprison him. After all, he is one of us, it's not your turn to act." Long Chen laughed and said, "Tao Ancestor Ji Yuan, it's precisely because he is one of you that I can't hand him over to you. After all, you are one of us. What if you release him? Given the common people's Emperor Ancestor's personality now, he is no longer worthy of freedom, not even worthy of being an ancestor god. In that case, you are going to use this method to kill our people. The common people's Emperor Ancestor won't be the first one, right?" All of their expressions were solemn and their gazes were cold. Long Chen shook his head and said, "That won't be the case. As long as you don't do something as crazy as the common people's Emperor Ancestor, we won't act recklessly." His reply was watertight. It wasn't targeted at anyone but one thing. On the other side, the bright gold ancestor laughed coldly, "Long Chen, you aren't the master of all worlds yet, and you are already using your power as the master of all worlds. How majestic." The demon silver ancestor said, "That's right. Looking at how arrogant you are, you probably feel that victory is in your hands." The few of them laughed coldly and turned around to leave. They were clear about the situation and knew that they definitely wouldn't be able to bring the common people's Emperor Ancestor away from Long Chen's hands. Of course, to them, the common people's Emperor Ancestor was asking to die. Victory and defeat aren't decided yet. Isn't it too early to be happy? Long Chen, there are some things that you won't forget. When they were leaving, the Chaos Whole Ancestor laughed devilishly. After saying this, he left right away. "You." Long Chen nearly couldn't control himself. The Chaos Whole Ancestor was right. He didn't forget that he was still the person Long Chen wanted to kill the most. Before this, the reason why Long Chen asked whether or not he could replace the Ancestor God's soul was because he wanted to kill the Chaos Whole Ancestor. Of course, based on what he said before, the common people's Emperor Ancestor had to die to clear this karma. He had already destroyed the foundations of all worlds. In the blink of an eye, the few ancestor gods left. Beside Long Chen, there were a total of 5 ancestor gods following them to monitor them and prevent them from causing trouble. Now was indeed the time where victory was in his hands, and he definitely couldn't let them play any tricks. The one he had to be the most careful of was the Chaos Whole Ancestor. Recently, he seemed to have changed into a different person. Long Chen, you said that you want to replace the common people's emperor ancestor's soul and destroy him without destroying common people's emperor domain and the common people's god race. The original soul ancestor and the others walked over. Is that too much? Long Chen asked. Of course not. Even if he has to die, the common people's emperor ancestor deserves to die. However, I am also thinking about that possibility. The original soul ancestor said. Everyone paid more attention to this point. Long Chen recalled that the Chiyu demon ancestor had once used the so-called heaven-defying fate-changing rope to destroy his ancestral soul. If he had that rope, it would not be impossible. Firstly, he could get rid of an expert from the other side. Secondly, he could gain an additional helper from the 4th era's ancestral god. Unfortunately, the Chiyu demon ancestor is dead and this clue is gone. Otherwise, there might really be a way. Long Chen said. That rope is really weird. There are things in the world that are beyond our understanding. Let's search and maybe it really exists. The original soul ancestor said. Chapter 36-23. Dragon Sacrificial Continent. As the origin energy of Long Chen's world increased, the Dragon Sacrificial Continent was also constantly expanding. Hundreds of trillions of primordial immortal clans joined in, but it still didn't cause any pressure to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. As Long Chen advanced, the current Dragon Sacrificial Continent was constantly advancing towards the Dragon Sacrificial Continent before the Second Era. Now, it had completely surpassed the origin stone cave of the Second Era. When Long Chen fully reached the 5th Era, or even stronger, fully reached the 4th Era, reaching the level of the Ancestor Dragon, the Dragon Sacrificial Continent would most likely be restored to its original state before the Second Era. However, Long Chen estimated that he still had to become a true primordial sacrificial dragon to complete the true skeleton of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Only then would the Dragon Sacrificial Continent undergo a certain degree of transformation, reaching a level that even the ancestor god of the 4th Era might not be able to destroy. Now, even the Chaos Ancestor God and the others couldn't help but sigh when they saw such a world. To every ancestor god, the world was their best work. They complemented the world and could even draw power from it. Hence, they were also envious of Long Chen. In the northern part of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, Long Chen divided a region and called it the Primordial Immortal Kingdom. This was the territory for the primordial immortal clans to live in, and it was also the place Lingxi often visited. Chen, do you think it's really possible for me to bring the primordial immortal realms back? Lingxi came from the Primordial Immortal Kingdom. Even though some time had passed, she still felt sad. Of course you can. Didn't the Dragon Sacrificial Continent return? Although he didn't know how to do it for now, Long Chen understood that as long as the conditions were met, as long as Lingxi and the origin energy of the world still existed, giving birth to a world wasn't something difficult. Long Chen was undergoing this process. At that time, I will build the primordial immortal realms not far from the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, Lingxi said with hope. I will definitely help you, I won't let you down. Even though many years had passed, Lingxi was still nestled in his arms like a little girl. How are you planning to deal with common people's emperor ancestor? Long Chen replied, I'm not sure yet. Let's imprison him for now. If there's a way in the future, even if we can't make him pay the price, we'll make him repent completely. The nature of the ancestor god won't change. His existence is a latent danger to the myriad worlds, said Lingxi. In fact, Long Chen understood this as well. Lingxi was just being a little more direct. So, I'm just waiting to see if there's such a chance. If there is, it will definitely be used to deal with the black hole witch ancestor, right? That's right. The one he couldn't forgive the most was the great wizard ancestor. Over these years, Long Chen spent most of his time strengthening himself on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. Of course, so did Lingxi. The two people were trying to break through to a higher realm together. Mo Xiaolang, Soi Eon, Kitten, for the ultimate unification of the infinite worlds, everyone wanted to contribute their strength. I've already obtained the inheritance of the 5 ancestor dragons. What's left is the prehistoric calamity dragon, the shadow dream dragon, the primordial sacrificial dragon, and everything from the first ancestor dragon. Among them, the shadow dream dragon was related to Li Xuanji. During this period, Li Xuanji had been responsible for cultivating the 3 children. She could give them some guidance in all aspects, especially in terms of temperament. Long Chen's 3 children had made rapid progress and had a bright future. Of course, they still couldn't compare with Long Chen. For the time being, the 3 world origins are prehistoric, psychedelic, and primordial. It's a pity that I don't have the help of the dragon attendants. I'd better wait until I'm safe and the 4th era's ancestor god can't be eliminated. Long Chen concentrated on condensing the 5th world origin of one of the world origins. Time flew by. In the black hole witch realm. Under the gloomy gray sky, endless gray fog surged like a giant snake, covering the world. In this area, there were countless skinny mountains that stretched on endlessly. The black hole witch race probably didn't expect that there were 6 ancestor gods in this mountain range. Moreover, they were all 4th era's ancestor gods. Sheiji Demon Ancestor, Bright Gold Ancestor, Devil Silver Ancestor, Eridao Ancestor. It had been 5 months since the Mortal People Emperor Ancestor was trapped, and they were all waiting here. We're not waiting anymore. Bright Gold Ancestor and Devil Silver Ancestor looked at each other and suddenly said firmly. The other ancestor gods' gazes fell on them. Sheiji Demon Ancestor hurriedly said, "Why not? Last time, the black hole witch race said that he would succeed soon. After he succeeds, Long Chen will definitely die. He has been preparing for such a long time, so he should be very confident." Bright Gold Ancestor said faintly, "It doesn't matter. We have just come out and don't know much about the situation in the infinite worlds. We had some conflicts with Long Chen at the beginning, but it's not as deep as you think." Devil Silver Ancestor said, "That's right. Moreover, Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha has been restrained recently, and the Mortal People Emperor Ancestor still did such a thing. We can't understand it. If you admit that the Mortal People Emperor Ancestor is right, then we can't say anything. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Moreover, we don't see any hope here. On the contrary, Long Chen has almost crushed you." Sheiji Demon Ancestor laughed in his heart, but he still pretended to be angry. "So you want to rely on Long Chen? Do you too know what shamelessness is?" Bright Gold Ancestor said, "Don't think too much. In short, this is the matter of the infinite worlds and has nothing to do with us. Devil Silver and I will return to our territory. You can do whatever you want in the infinite worlds. Anyway, we don't interfere with each other's business. Let's go." He didn't want to say more, so he left with Devil Silver Ancestor in the blink of an eye. Sheiji Demon Ancestor was left in a daze. This was beyond his expectations. It seemed that as Long Chen grew older and more powerful, those who truly opposed him were not as simple as they seemed. In the beginning, only the chaotic whole sorcerer ancestor, the mortal people emperor ancestor, and the divine ancestor Kitagarbha were strong enough to oppose Long Chen. The others gathered around them. After they left, Eridao ancestor smiled and said, "Those two are too naive. Since the second era's Yuan Grotto has come to the infinite worlds, they can't stay out of it. They are destruction ancestor gods and have already offended Long Chen. If Long Chen really becomes the lord of the infinite worlds, it won't be difficult for him to destroy them and dominate the second era's Yuan Grotto." Sheiji Demon Ancestor didn't speak. There were 4 fourth-era ancestor gods left. In addition to Eridao Ancestor, there were 2 others. One of them was blood-colored like liquid and full of bloody holes, as if he was a person made of blood. In fact, this one was somewhat similar to the primordial blood spirit dragon. The primordial blood spirit dragon cultivated the Tao of slaughter, while this ruler cultivated the Tao of blood. His name was Blood Demon Ancestor. Blood Demon Ancestor's Blood Demon Great World was born in the middle of the Fourth Era. Like Era Tao Ancestor, Blood Demon Ancestor was one of the strongest ancestor gods on this side, but he didn't speak much. In fact, he was the most feared, because in terms of ruthlessness, even mortal people Emperor Ancestor was probably not as good as him. It was just that he didn't act up and had always been relatively quiet. In terms of character, he was the most unwilling to be disciplined. The other one was much more mysterious. Her name was the ancestor of the past and future. She was a woman who wore a light blue dress underneath a white muslin dress. She was tall and graceful, and although her face was covered by a veil, one could vaguely make out her features. Her beauty was unprecedented in the myriad of worlds. She was a beauty that transcended everything. She was simply a model created by the heavens and earth. Compared to Blood Demon Ancestor and Era Tao Ancestor, she was even less talkative. She basically didn't speak and never expressed her opinion, but she stood on the side of the Black Hole Ancestor. As for when her past and future world was born, no one seemed to know. Kitten also didn't know much about it. After all, before the epoch, she was also very low-key. At this time, Blood Demon Ancestor said, "That grandson of the Black Hole Ancestor is so mysterious. I don't know what he's up to, so it would be strange if he didn't leave. I also want to leave. If I continue to waste time here, that Long Chen is too heaven-defying. I have to be faithful to the end. Since I've decided to destroy him, I won't back out halfway. How about this? I'm going to kill him. The three of you, come with me." "What method?" Era Tao Ancestor asked. Blood Demon Ancestor said, "It's very simple. I'll find an ancestor god that he's on good terms with. I've checked, and there are two of them. One is called Ancestor God Ling Su, and the other is called Demon Ancestor Satsuma. They're both women of that Long Chen. I'll randomly grab one of them and force that Long Chen to fight me. That'll be it." Era Tao Ancestor laughed and said, "Are you sure you won't go down the same path as the Black Hole Ancestor and Saint Ancestor Kittigarba?" Blood Demon Ancestor also laughed and said, "They're both ancestor gods of the fourth epoch who were born at the end of the epoch. I was born in the middle of the epoch. If the two of them joined forces, they might not be a match for me. If I had fought the previous 2 times, that Long Chen wouldn't have survived until now. But at this time, the Black Hole Ancestor came out. Don't be impatient, Blood Demon Ancestor. Don't alert him." Chapter 36-24. When 8 months passed across the worlds, it had been 8,000 years for Long Chen, who was cultivating on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. Outside the world, there were 10 ancestral gods monitoring the ancestral gods of the 4th era who disobeyed Long Chen. Among them, Long Chen already knew that the Bright Gold Ancestor and the Devil Silver Ancestor had returned to the 2nd era's origin stone cave and never came out again. For him, they had made the right choice. Very good. The 2 ancestral gods understood that their conflict with Long Chen was mainly due to the origin dragon's soul of the divine Tao heart-refining dragon, which was not very useful to the Bright Gold Ancestor. After witnessing the rise of Long Chen and the protection of Long Chen by the ancestral gods, the Steel Clan naturally returned to the 2nd era's origin stone cave with all the destruction ancestral gods. Without these 2 and thousands of destruction ancestral gods, the chaotic whole ancestors' forces in the world had completely disappeared, leaving only the 5 of them. In fact, the Sheiji demon ancestor was still Long Chen's subordinate. Then, only the chaotic whole ancestor, the epic Tao ancestor, the blood demon ancestor, and the past and future ancestors were left. Through a series of battles, it could be seen that the battle prowess of the other 3 was much stronger than that of the Great Wizard Ancestor. However, the Great Wizard Ancestor was still Long Chen's number 1 enemy. In the beginning, it was the Black Hole Wizard Ancestor who stood up and said that he wanted to kill Long Chen. Fortunately, we have the Chaotic Hole Ancestor, the Creation Essence Spirit Beast, and the Destiny Star Beast on our side. They are comparable to the other two. The 6 of them are the strongest ancestral gods of the 4th era in the world. Among them, the Creation Essence Spirit Beast and the Destiny Star Beast were born in the middle of the 4th era. As for the Chaotic Whole Ancestor, although he was born at the end of the 4th era, his fighting strength was very strong, almost on par with the Destiny Star Ancestor. Now, including the Sheiji Demon Ancestor, there were a total of 11 ancestral gods, which basically crushed them. The main reason was that no one knew what the Black Hole Wizard Ancestor was doing. He was still acting mysteriously. In order to find the safest way, Long Chen still focused on strengthening himself. 8,000 years passed in a flash. 8,000 years on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time was too fast. Time. After some consideration, the first thing Long Chen formed was the 5th world Genesis from the essence of the world of time. That way, the divine body of the Great Void Aeon Dragon would become the 5th epoch's progenitor dragon. That was because the Void Aeon Dragon was an ancestral dragon of the 3rd era. It was the strongest among Long Chen's 5 ancestral dragon bodies. The 5th world of time, Genesis, was not easy to form. It required a long period of time and persistence. It took a year to condense a single strand. Actually, Long Chen's current state wasn't considered an improvement. It was more of a recovery of the ancestral dragon's power and rules. Similarly, Lingxi was the same. Time flew by. The origin of the world was accumulation. From the myriad worlds, from the dragon's sacrificial continent, to Long Chen's body, above the world source. As Long Chen's world origin energy increased, the volume of the entire dragon sacrificial continent would increase a little. While cultivating, Long Chen also asked the ancestral gods to keep an eye on the movements of the key figures. Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha kept his oath and stayed in the world of all living beings. The other 4, including the Sheiji Demon Ancestor, stayed in the Chaotic Whole Wizard realm. The Sheiji Demon Ancestor told Long Chen that the Chaotic Whole Wizard Ancestor seemed to have completed his plot and was now waiting for an opportunity to use it. However, no matter who asked him what the plot was, he refused to reveal it. The patience of the other 3 ancestral gods was basically reaching its limit. Last time, with the reminder of the Sheiji Demon Ancestor, Long Chen had already moved all the ancestral gods who had a good relationship with him to the dragon sacrificial continent in case the Blood Demon Ancestor played the same trick again. Finally, on a certain day 8,000 years later, Long Chen created the 5th world Genesis of time. He succeeded. Long Chen couldn't help but roar at the sky. He finally succeeded. 8,000 years of painstaking cultivation was for today's transcendence. Obviously, he was closer to the realm of the strongest experts in the myriad of worlds. When time had the 5th world of origin, it was only a matter of time before the other world origins had the 5th world origin. With the first experience and guidance, he believed that it wouldn't be long before he could fully reach the realm of the ancestral god of the 5th era. In the past 8,000 years, there was not only the first surprise. The second surprise was that Lingxi actually had the 6th world origin in the aspect of the White Lotus in about 5,000 years. But this was not the end. When Long Chen reached the realm of the ancestral god of the 5th era, she had actually reached the realm of the ancestral god of the 4th era in the aspect of the Dark Hell. The 2 world origins each had the 6th world origin. Lingxi was even more heaven-defying. She had a total of 12 world origins. Of course, it seemed that Long Chen had more. When Lingxi reached this level, her combat strength had actually surpassed that of the ordinary ancestral gods of the 4th era, such as the Primordial War Ancestor and the Bright Gold Ancestor. It was just that she was slightly lacking in experience. But it didn't matter. In terms of laws, Lingxi had basically grasped the laws of the 2 4th-era ancestral gods and had a deep understanding of them. She would basically be able to be equivalent to the sum of the 2 4th-era ancestral gods in a few days. When he saw Lingxi's appearance after success, her immortal qi filled the sky. At the same time, there was also the presence of cursed qi, making her seem transcendent. She even had a cold and terrifying temperament. This was Lingxi at her peak. At this time, your combat strength has definitely surpassed mine. If we fight at full strength, I probably won't be a match for you. After success, Long Chen embraced this peerless beauty. No matter how strong she was, in Long Chen's arms, she was just a weak little girl. It's all because of you. Besides, I'm already at my limit. You're the one who made me who I am. Moreover, I've already reached my limit, my peak. After all, I'm a creation ancestor god. From today onwards, I won't be able to make any progress other than controlling some new laws. As for your future, it's just the beginning, and there's still no end to it. In a few days, you'll leave me behind again. Lingxi wouldn't think that she was stronger than Long Chen just because she temporarily surpassed him in terms of strength. Come, fight with me. I haven't fought a 4th era primordial ancestral god before. Moreover, it's a double 4th era primordial ancestral god, said Long Chen passionately. Fight. Lingxi was stunned. No matter what, she didn't want to fight with Long Chen. It was meaningless whether she won or lost. Moreover, Long Chen couldn't bear to fight her, so it wouldn't be of any help to him. I don't want to. Lingxi pouted and hurriedly shook her head. It's not up to you. Long Chen pounced on her. Not long after, 10,000 words were omitted here. Only when they were tired did the two of them lie down naked between heaven and earth, embracing each other. It turned out that the battle Long Chen mentioned was this kind of battle. Chen, can we have more children? Lingxi asked sweetly. Of course, I'm going to give birth to all the 10 ancestral dragons. Then we have to leave 5 for Sister Xuanji. Xuanji might only be able to have more after I find the world origin and origin dragon soul of Shadow Dream Charm Dragon. That was also Long Chen's goal. After a few days, Long Chen came out of the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. He told the 4th era's progenitor ancestral gods that he and Lingxi had reached a whole new realm. Very good, very good. The Chaos ancestral gods came to the Death realm and then to the Dragon sacrificial continent. Except for 3 who were still watching over the Black Hole Sorcerer realm, the rest were already there. The 7 ancestral gods gathered on the Dragon sacrificial continent and sized up Long Chen. We can finally heave a sigh of relief that you can reach your current realm. Now, we really have victory in our hands. That's right. It's fine if we include Long Chen, but the key is that even Miss Lingxi has reached such a level. She's really extraordinary. On our side, including the Sheiji demon ancestor, we have a total of 13 4th era ancestral gods. On their side, with the bright gold ancestor and the devilish silver ancestor gone, there are only 4 left to deal with. We can be considered to have completely crushed them. At this point, everyone was actually waiting for this time. It was just that they were still in the Black Hole Sorcerer realm, so it was not very convenient to make a move. They had to wait for them to come out. Chapter 36-25. What do you mean? Long Chen's meaning was naturally the common life emperor ancestor. Indeed, when one reached the final stage, sometimes it was not easy to grasp one's true combat strength. He fought against the Chaos Cave Shaman ancestor and Sacred ancestor Karma before. When he fought against the Chaos Cave Shaman ancestor, he was suppressed. When he fought against Sacred ancestor Karma, he could already somewhat resist. At the very least, he wouldn't die. And now, one of the world origins had 5 origins. What would the situation be like? Would he be able to truly contend against the primordial ancestor god of the 4th era? This was a question. However, if they fought against this ancestor god before them, they would all feel some trepidation and wouldn't truly fight to the death. This would allow Long Chen to sense his own shortcomings. If he fought against Lingxi, there was no need to even mention it. He wasn't even willing to act. I will bring the common life emperor ancestor into the eternal whirlpool. The 7 of you will help me guard the eternal whirlpool and not allow him to escape. I want to use him to practice and see how much of a difference there is between me and the primordial ancestor god of the 4th era. Isn't this a little risky? It wasn't that everyone didn't trust Long Chen. Rather, it was because the common life emperor ancestor originally wanted to kill him. If he was given a chance, he wouldn't hesitate to use any methods and wouldn't give up. It is indeed risky. However, there are 7 of you watching over him. Also, I really want to try. Also, for the grudge of the supreme ancient immortal realms, I want to personally go there and teach the common life emperor ancestor a lesson. It was impossible to forget the grudge of the supreme ancient immortal realms. That was also the anger in Lingxi's heart. Hence, Long Chen was thinking that for the sake of giving Lingxi an explanation, he had to meet the common life emperor ancestor. Sure. After everyone agreed, they entered the eternal whirlpool. I want to enter as well. Lingxi spoke from behind. Sure. The 9 of them directly entered the eternal whirlpool. This was a world of time. This was Long Chen's territory. He naturally could easily move the common life emperor ancestor here. The 7 elder gods, in addition to Lingxi, were scattered throughout the eternal maelstrom. As for Long Chen, he was roughly at the center of the eternal maelstrom. At this time, Long Chen brought the common life emperor ancestor, who had been imprisoned for 8 levels, over here. For the common life emperor ancestor, he was in the time ruins in an instant. I'll have to trouble you all to release him first. No problem. Out of the 8 ancestral gods who had sealed him, 7 of them were here. Each ancestral god easily removed their shackles, leaving only 1 layer of shackles. Forefather Emperor felt the change in pressure and was overjoyed. He thought that his companions had come to save him. Boom! He broke through the last layer of the seal. However, what he saw was the eternal whirlpool and Long Chen. Originally, when he saw Long Chen, he was delighted, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. However, the 8 powerful existences around him also posed a great threat to him. Long Chen, you imprisoned me, but now you let me out. What do you want? The common life emperor ancestor cleared his throat and said calmly. Long Chen went straight to the point. I'll give you a chance to kill me. Let's see if you can grasp it. You're too heavily injured, so I'll give you some time to recover. When you're ready, we'll attack. What? The common life emperor ancestor did not expect such a good thing. He found it hard to believe. But thinking about it carefully, since the other party could not kill him, what else could they do to him apart from shackling him? He was not afraid of anything. Since the other party was so foolish to send such an opportunity to him, why not seize it? Very good. The common life emperor ancestor began to recover. About 10 days later, he was full of energy. Although he knew that there were many 4th-era ancestor gods around, he did not care. Instead, he looked at Long Chen with a burning gaze. Looks like you've improved again. That's right. Very confident. That's right. Very good. Very good. The more confident the common life emperor ancestor was, the greater his chances. In the blink of an eye, the common life emperor pagoda appeared in his hand. The entire eternal vortex shone because of it. Common life emperor pagoda. The 10,000 level pagoda almost caused the eternal vortex to explode. The common life emperor ancestor was like an emperor. With the pagoda in his hand, his divine body was millions of feet tall as he crushed Long Chen. Just as Long Chen had said, this was his only chance to kill Long Chen. A chance bestowed upon him by the heavens. Humph. At this time, Long Chen changed before his eyes. He transformed from a human into a divine dragon, and a void universe dragon at that. The void universe dragon was a mysterious phantom that was boundlessly huge. The deep blue void universe dragon was no weaker than the common life emperor ancestor with billions of divine bodies. The ancestral dragon and the giant ancestral god. The same deep blue chains of time wrapped around the void universe dragon, giving the mysterious dragon of time a domineering and murderous aura. Today, Long Chen belonged purely to time. Wang. The common life emperor ancestor attacked. The vast common life Emperor Pagoda carried the power of the origin of the six worlds and suppressed Long Chen. The common life Emperor Pagoda expanded countless times. In the past, the supreme ancient immortal realms were exterminated in the common life Emperor Pagoda like this. Its power was comparable to the attacks of the Chaos Cave Shaman Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha. Past Vortex. The Void Universe Dragon calmly responded. Brand new laws combined with the Eternal Vortex, giving birth to a new miracle. The common life Emperor Pagoda was instantly swallowed up by the past vortex. This was a power that reversed time. After it covered the common life Emperor Pagoda, it caused the time of the pagoda to shrink and weaken. Even the common life Emperor Ancestor was swallowed up by the past vortex. Break. The common life Emperor Ancestor was shocked for the first time. He hurriedly retracted the pagoda. Otherwise, Long Chen would have dodged it. However, this didn't truly frighten him. The common life Emperor Ancestor clearly knew that the ancestral dragon in front of him had many other methods. Light of the common life Emperor Pagoda. In an instant, the 10,000 layers of the common life Emperor Pagoda shone brightly. All the faces on the pagoda appeared, piercing through heaven and earth as they gradually grew larger, engulfing the entire eternal vortex. Within the light, the power of time was suppressed to the extreme. Catoptric deflection. Long Chen quickly made a countermeasure. Time was a type of power that could actually wear away, turning everything from reality to illusion. The catoptric deflection was precisely this type of power. At the start, the light of the common life Emperor Pagoda engulfed everything. But in an instant, the light of the common life Emperor Pagoda turned from reality to illusion, like something that appeared in a dream. Break. Like the catoptric deflection, everything dissipated, but its power didn't dissipate. In truth, the attack of the common life Emperor Ancestor didn't cause any harm to Long Chen. Right now, Long Chen was more or less done with his test. Chapter 36-26. Although the battle with Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha looked as easy as this one, there was a huge difference to Long Chen. That was because Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha countered him. Against the common people's Emperor Ancestor, Long Chen didn't have much of a counter. He could wear out his attacks completely by relying on his own ability. After several clashes, Long Chen had a clearer understanding of his current level. He was already comparable to a primordial ancestor god of the Fourth Era. Even if he couldn't defeat the primordial ancestor god of the Fourth Era quickly, it would be very difficult for him to kill him alone. Moreover, as time passed, when he reached the primordial ancestor god of the Fifth Era in all other aspects, the primordial ancestor gods of the Fourth Era might no longer be a match for Long Chen. At that time, Long Chen wouldn't need to be afraid of them. Of course, at this moment, his attacks were easily resolved by Long Chen twice. The common people's Emperor Ancestor wouldn't give up so easily. Seems like you've improved a lot again. The common people's Emperor Ancestor's majestic voice rumbled in the eternal whirlpool. Under the tremors, many temporal changes were being destroyed. It's too easy to deal with you. Long Chen's Void Universe Dragon was still swimming in the endless whirlpool. So what if that's the case? The supreme ancient immortal realms were still destroyed by me. The common people's Emperor Ancestor knew what Long Chen was angry about. As expected, the moment he said this, Long Chen's expression changed. Don't always act like a savior. How laughable. Since you're the savior, have you saved the supreme ancient immortal realms? That's your woman's world, right? You can't even protect that. What qualifications do you have to be so arrogant? Long Chen, many things are destined. You think you can change everything, but you can't do anything. The common people's Emperor Ancestor placed the huge golden common people's Emperor Pagoda in front of him. When he spoke, he was actually preparing his final attack. At this moment, he had been preparing for a long time. As the sound of his voice faded, the law he was most confident in, the law of his Emperor's Tao, was released in this world. DMO has fallen. Boom. In an instant, the Common People's Emperor ancestor merged into the Golden Common People's Emperor pagoda. In the blink of an eye, the Mortal People's Emperor's pagoda grew to a boundless size. The 10,000-layer pagoda was clearly visible. Then, it became even more glorious and domineering. A face appeared in every layer of the pagoda, and those faces gradually walked out of the pagoda, even dividing the pagoda into 10,000 parts. Every part was transformed into a golden broadsword in the hands of the face. These were the world source of Common People's Ancestor Emperor. Then, those faces slowly turned into the appearance of the Common People Ancestor Emperors. They spread out and the 10,000 Common People Ancestor Emperors surrounded Long Chen. Golden light shone brightly. The golden light was beautiful and majestic. It caused the entire eternal whirlpool to transform. When the 10,000 emperors descend, the heavens shall destroy the earth. Golden light flashed and exploded. The 10,000 Common People's Emperor ancestors formed a formation and attacked from all directions around Long Chen. The golden blades rose up and the power of laws swept, forming a golden blade formation. Numerous killing moves slashed down at this moment. You're dead. Common People's Emperor ancestor was really confident. Danger. The hearts of the 7 ancestor gods trembled. This was the rule that Ancestor Common Folk Emperor had set for certain death. However, they were still very worried. Long Chen's actions this time were a bit risky for them. It was completely unnecessary. If Long Chen cultivates the other world sources to the 5th era Ancestor God realm, then we won't have to worry about Common People's Emperor ancestor. The 7 ancestor gods were basically prepared to attack and break Common People's Emperor ancestor's attack. Lingxi was the same. She looked on nervously from the side, but she had no intention of helping. This was because from Long Chen's state, she could deduce that Common People's Emperor ancestor definitely wouldn't be able to kill Long Chen. Under such an extreme situation, in an instant, the Great Void Universe Dragon was tossing and turning in the eternal whirlpool. That quiet, beautiful, mysterious blue god dragon didn't seem to be affected at all. It continued to walk on the path of time, changing, controlling the trajectory of time and swimming in the river of time. All of a sudden, 10,000 Emperor golden lights crossed space and slashed down. This was like the judgment of heaven and earth, the hatred of all beings. Common People's Emperor ancestors' aura could destroy heaven and earth. Without a doubt, this was the most dangerous moment. But even at such a moment, the Great Void Universe Dragon was still relaxed. Source of Time. This was the biggest time law creation that Long Chen had obtained in these 8,000 years. He could chase the source of time and cross the boundary of time to open the most ancient door. He could peek at the most basic, primitive world, even an era that didn't even appear in the first era. Gate of Origin, open. All of a sudden, there seemed to be a hole in the eternal whirlpool. Long Chen seemed to be stuck in that hole. Behind that hole was the most ancient world. As for Long Chen, the most ancient power of that world gathered around Long Chen, forming layers of light that instantly surrounded Long Chen. It was a mysterious power that felt a little moist. It was as if he had returned to his mother's body, warm, safe, and isolated from the rest of the world. Tens of thousands of golden lights slashed on the Gate of Origin. Hoo-hoo, there was no tearing sound. One could only see the golden lights being swallowed by Long Chen and the Gate of Origin. All of Common People's Emperor ancestors' power disappeared at this moment. Until Common People's Emperor ancestors' laws disappeared and Long Chen's Gate of Origin also disappeared. But when Long Chen appeared in front of Common People's Emperor ancestor unharmed, everyone was shocked. After all, he didn't counter Common People's Emperor ancestor, but in a real battle, he easily made Common People's Emperor ancestor helpless. Common People's Emperor ancestor, who was the most confident, was stunned. The eternal whirlpool slowly calmed down. You lost your last chance to kill me. Common People's Emperor ancestor, from now on, you won't have any more chances. Long Chen said with deep meaning. Just now, Common People's Emperor ancestor was still arrogant. Now, he was totally stunned. In truth, he felt really helpless. Just like what Longchen said, he had no way to kill Longchen. He had lost all hope. Ha! Common People's Emperor Ancestor couldn't help but laugh. Very good, you succeeded. But so what? I'm the creation ancestor god, you still can't kill me. If you can't kill me, what can you do to me? He wasn't afraid. The identity of the creation ancestor god was a huge restriction to Longchen. Longchen naturally knew about this. Those people from the supreme ancient immortal domain died for nothing. If not, would you dare to kill people from my common people's emperor region? That can be considered your revenge. Even if common people's emperor ancestor lost, he still had a delighted look on his face. Just you wait, I have many ways to deal with you. Longchen's goal had been achieved. What he needed to do now was to reseal common people's emperor ancestor and toss him into the ruins of time. After that, he would deal with the remaining creation ancestor gods. Everyone, let's attack together. Longchen said to everyone. The 7 ancestor gods surrounded him. Just at this moment, Lingxi said, Chen, wait. What's the matter? Longchen asked. Lingxi pursed her lips, I also want to try. Also, I have to seek justice for the supreme ancient immortal race. In the past, I haven't fully recovered and couldn't protect them. But now, I want to let them know that I'm strong enough. Longchen wasn't worried at all. He had a certain understanding of the current Lingxi. There was only one primordial ancestor god from the 4th era. Leaving aside common people's emperor ancestor, Lingxi could even deal with the chaos ancestor god. The current Lingxi was definitely one of the strongest in the myriad of worlds, and she even surpassed Longchen. The only thing they needed to see was whether or not she had the courage to fight against the 4th era primordial ancestor god. What? Common people's emperor ancestor felt that this surprise came too suddenly. He couldn't kill Longchen, but if he could kill Lingxi, it would be a huge gain. At the very least, Longchen would go crazy. The key was that if he could kidnap her, that would be even better. As long as he could kidnap her, he would be able to escape today. Chapter 36-27. Very well, I will agree. Although he exhausted a lot of energy when fighting against Longchen, he was still very emotional. He grabbed hold of this chance and directly agreed. After this battle, the 4th era's primordial ancestor basically had 10,000% confidence in Longchen. Since Longchen felt that there would be no problem, they naturally felt that there would be no problem. Hurry up, little girls, all of you can come and train. I welcome you all at any time. Ancestor Common People's Emperor couldn't help but laugh. He wasn't able to take down Longchen because Longchen had always been heaven-defying. As for Lingxi, she had never displayed her ability before the 4th era's primordial ancestor god. The supreme ancient immortal race in the supreme ancient immortal realms actually didn't perish, but the destruction of that world was too hard for Lingxi to accept. The supreme ancient immortal realms was simply too beautiful, and she really liked that world. To her, it was simply a treasure. Everything was destroyed by the ruthlessness of Ancestor Common People's Emperor. In the blink of an eye, Lingxi, who was covered in white mist, faced off against Ancestor Common People's Emperor. They stood in the eternal whirlpool while Longchen retreated to the side. Honestly speaking, Longchen was also very curious. He wanted to see what level she could reach exactly. To a man, being able to make his woman strong was also a huge sense of achievement. He had always been worried about Lingxi and wanted to spend a long time with her. Now that Lingxi had become the 4th era's primordial ancestor god, reaching the peak of the myriad of worlds, it was time to test it out. Can we start now? This was the only thing Lingxi said to Ancestor Common People's Emperor. It was very rare for the kind Lingxi to be so cold to others. Come, show me all you've got. Ancestor Common People's Emperor didn't care at all. Actually, he knew that Lingxi had most probably become the 4th era's primordial ancestor god. But he thought that she had just recovered to this extent and there was no way for her to compare to him. Just as he finished speaking, Lingxi had already acted. Immortal mist filled the air. She seemed to be carrying the supreme ancient immortal realms with her. Right now, her aura dispersed, replacing the eternal whirlpool. However, in this immortal realms, the silhouettes of two gigantic constellations could be seen. These were none other than the Cursed Star and Cursed Star. Divine Cursed Demon Realm. The two worlds were completely different, yet they were shockingly similar. In Lingxi's hand was the long sword formed from the world origin White Lotus. It was pure, natural, and fragrant. However, the black abyss on her finger was simply a terrifying symbol. The two world origins occupied the left and right parts of Lingxi's body. World Motionless Curse. The first thing Lingxi used was a curse. It was a curse that had a similar function to time stop. However, for a curse to produce such an effect, it was different from time stop or space freeze. Common People's ancestor was smiling, but at that moment, his body froze. This vast power was totally at the Fourth Era's ancestor god level. It was no weaker than his own. Moreover, because it was a curse law, he had never heard of it before. He was at a huge disadvantage and was hit right away. But this was just the start. Next was Lingxi's crazy bombardment. Primal Calamity Curse. The black hell ring left her slender finger and rose into the sky above Common People's Emperor ancestor. It instantly expanded and wrapped around him before shrinking. When the world unmoving curse was activated, the black hell ring had already wrapped around Common People's Emperor ancestor. Numerous spikes extended from the ring and stabbed deep into his body. The Primal Calamity Curse was an intense pain curse. To the ancestor god, it was hard for him to experience pain. Even if his god body was destroyed, he wouldn't feel much pain. However, this Primal Calamity Curse could allow him to return to his original state, the state of mortals. The flesh and blood of mortals were like countless spikes to the ancestor emperor. They pierced into his mortal body and caused him to be riddled with holes. Moreover, within the spikes, there were barbs. Ah! Common People's ancestor's expression changed. The two curses buffed his body and instantly he was in extreme pain. At the start, he didn't expect that Lingxi could be so strong. Actually, the 8 people present, including Long Chen, all felt somewhat fearful of such a lightning-fast attack. Fortunately, Lingxi was not their enemy. Her attack was simply too ferocious. She truly lived up to her reputation as the successor of the divine cursed demon ancestor. Break. Common People's ancestor raged and shouted. He gathered the overbearing emperor power in his body and wanted to force the black hell and all the curses away. Million Poison Demon Curse. Just at this moment, Lingxi attacked before he could. An even more terrifying curse. Above the black prison, millions of ghosts appeared. There were humans, beasts, and many other weird things. They surged into the body of the Common People's Emperor ancestor. Even though the Common People's Emperor ancestor was billions of feet tall, the curse entered his body and occupied every single spot. It was like his body was being transformed into a nest. Ah! Common People's ancestor's face turned black and his body was covered in a black mist. His entire body was occupied by the curse. With the 3 curses activating at the same time, there was no room for discussion. Looking at how angry Lingxi was, one could see that the battle wasn't over yet. Among the 3 curses, although Common People's ancestor wouldn't die, he wouldn't be able to break free. Facing this pain was worse than death. To think that he thought that Long Chen couldn't do anything to him. Truthfully, now that Lingxi had reached such a level, the curses from the cursed demon ancestor would definitely make him regret it. For example, the Primal Calamity Curse. Million Poison Demon Curse. At the most painful moment, Lingxi's expression was cold. Celestial mist spread in her eyes and the curse energy around her disappeared. The celestial Tao covered her body. At this moment, she waved the white lotus and finally started to use the laws from the ancient unlimited world purifying celestial ancestor. Selfless Unlimited Sword. In her small hand, the white lotus turned into a giant one. Within the blade, numerous snow-white lotuses appeared. They descended from the sky and created a beautiful celestial world. Within the lotuses, the power of laws swept the area. When the sword swept across, Common People's ancestor was still trapped in the curse and couldn't move at all. South. One sword slashed and Common People's ancestor was sliced into two. Such a situation was already a heavy injury. The revenge of a woman, even the most gentle one, was terrifying. Unfortunately, Common People's ancestor didn't understand that logic and was sliced into two at the waist. World-purifying Celestial King Sword. Until now, Lingxi didn't stop. Her series of attacks stunned everyone. Especially when the world-purifying Celestial King Sword slashed out, probably no one wanted to be Lingxi's opponent anymore. World-purifying Celestial King Sword, two streaks of sword light chased up to the two halves of Common People's ancestor's body. Impossible. Just as Common People's ancestor was at his most shocked, the world-purifying Celestial King Sword slashed across. No matter what he was, the purifying power instantly wiped him out. The entire Common People's ancestor was turned to dust. The key was that Lingxi's curse had seeped into his world source and tangled with it. In a short period of time, Common People's ancestor wouldn't be able to break free from the pain of the curse. No. Maybe at this moment, Common People's ancestor really regretted it. But it was useless. 1. Apart from a world source that was surrounded by black mist, Common People's ancestor had disappeared. This meant that Lingxi used a domineering method to defeat Common People's ancestor. Defeating and contending against were two different things. In this aspect, Lingxi's performance was even more heaven-defying than Long Chen. When she grew to her peak, she really couldn't be underestimated. In the end, no matter how much Common People's ancestor collapsed, Lingxi didn't let him off. She placed a few more curses on his body and made him suffer slowly. Only when Common People's ancestor was so frightened that he peed his pants did she stop. At this moment, she stretched her back like she had done something insignificant. She turned her head and said to everyone, "We should be able to lock him up again, okay." The primal chaos ancestor god and the others hurriedly acted. As for Common People's ancestor's screams, no one wanted to ignore him. The destruction of the supreme ancient immortal domain was something that he had no way to repay. But they all laughed. This battle proved that both Long Chen and Lingxi were much stronger than they had imagined. There was a really important matter. The new book had been finalized and it would be released in late November. At that time, there would be many events. After such a long period of silence, it was time for a storm to brew. The dragon's blood and the dragon's tail would also continue to be written and completed. Madman, he spent 3 years writing until here. Even if he started a new book, he didn't rest at all. The new book was a shocking work. His only goal was to reach a higher peak. Chapter 36-28. Common People's Emperor Ancestor was sealed back into the ruins of time. When everyone returned to the dragon sacrificial continent, even someone as calm as the Chaos Ancestral God couldn't contain his excitement. For them, in fact, it was only 8 months. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen could already fight against the Fourth Era's Ancestor God head-on. In addition to Lingxi, who could defeat the Fourth Era's Primordial Ancestor God, their lineup had increased to 13 people. Now, we can already take the initiative to attack. As long as we find the right opportunity to lure the Great Shaman Ancestor, the past and future ancestors out of the Great Shaman world, there's a high chance that we'll be able to suppress all of them. That's right. Perhaps Demon Forefather Sheiji can think of a way to reach this step. In fact, Long Chen was quite confident in his heart. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. They were evenly matched from 9 to 10, but now they were behind by 4 to 13. Of course, if I can fully attain the Fifth Era's Ancestral God realm, then I can obviously attain or even surpass Lingxi's level. If I act at that time, I will have a greater chance of success. But at that time, I still have to worry about the fish that slipped through the net and caused destruction to the infinite worlds. After all, they couldn't force him. If they did, something bad would happen. Just as they were thinking about how to safely lure the 4 Fourth Era's primordial ancestor gods out, they did not expect Sheiji Demon Patriarch to send them a message first. Long Chen, the black hole ancestor, wanted everyone to wait, but the blood demon ancestor couldn't wait any longer. He stealthily evaded the notice of the 3 elder gods watching over him and is moving by himself. Judging from the direction he is heading, he should be heading towards Elder God Lingsu. Sheiji's reminder was very useful to Long Chen and the others. Although Ancestor God Ling Su had hidden away in the dragon sacrificial continent a long time ago, the Ling Su realm still existed. If the blood demon ancestor couldn't find Ancestor God Ling Su, he would definitely vent his anger on the masses. At that time, the masses would suffer a calamity. Fortunately, demon ancestor Sheiji reminded him. At this moment, it could be said that the other party had taken the initiative to attack. Everyone, this is a good chance. If everything goes well, we can hide on his path to Elder God Ling Su and ambush him. We will lock him up and deal with him like how we dealt with common people Emperor Ancestor. Then, we will have unintentionally swept away another obstacle. Long Chen said. He was still thinking about how to lure them out. Now that there was someone who was alone, it was perfect. Ancestor God Creation said, "It is indeed a great opportunity. However, we have to understand that the blood demon ancestor was born in the middle of the 4th era. He is much stronger than the common people Emperor Ancestor. Moreover, we don't know what methods he has. Even if we surround him, he might be able to escape. What I fear the most? In such a situation, once they alerted the enemy, they would be forced into a corner. The myriad worlds will be in trouble." Long Chen was naturally aware of these problems as well. This time, the other party took the initiative to attack, so we can only accept the challenge. However, everyone really needs to pay attention to this point. Once there's an opportunity, we will naturally try our best to subdue the blood demon ancestor as quickly as possible. Only the 9 of us will take action. The 3 of them will have to stay there in case the remaining 4th epoch's primordial ancestor gods become suspicious and cause us trouble. After the discussion, the 9 of them, including Long Chen and Lingxi, headed towards the path from the Chaos Hole Wizard Realm to the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. They set up an ambush in a relatively spacious area, waiting for the blood demon ancestor to take the bait. After arriving, the Chaos Ancestor God suggested, "Long Chen, why don't you and Miss Lingxi conserve your strength and not make a move first? If it really doesn't work, barring any accidents, you can join in. After all, we still have other opponents. Your current strength will be a huge surprise to them," the Chaos Ancestral God suggested after they arrived. "No problem. We'll see." If they could not make a move, of course they would. They hid in this star region. In fact, this was basically the only time to test whether the Sheiji demon ancestor was reliable. Before the blood demon ancestor arrived, there was no answer. Long Chen and the others controlled a large area of the surrounding star region. After a while, they estimated that the blood demon ancestor's speed should be fast. As expected. In the distant horizon, a dark red line of blood was flying toward them at a terrifying speed. More importantly, this line of blood was not very obvious. If not for the fact that they had been lying in wait here for a long time, they probably would not have appeared. "Everyone, get ready. The fish is here." The Chaos Ancestor God, the Creation Demon Ancestor, and the Destiny Star Ancestor were all here. Each of them was not weaker than the Blood Demon Ancestor. It was a thrilling moment. In an instant, the line of blood spread to the center of the encirclement of Long Chen and the others. Chaos 9-colored lotus. The Chaos Ancestor God did not say anything else and attacked. He gave the blood demon ancestor a head-on blow. Chaos 9-colored lotus. Under the control of the Chaos Ancestor God, 9 types of chaos elements formed 9 huge lotuses. They formed 9 giant lotuses that instantly blocked the Blood Demon Ancestor's escape routes. This was the most effective attack for the Blood Demon Ancestor from the very beginning. Chaos Ancestor God. The Blood Demon Ancestor exclaimed. Of course, he recognized it instantly. The Chaos 9-colored lotus was the most obvious symbol of the Chaos Ancestor God. Why are you here? Before the Blood Demon Ancestor could finish his sentence, the 6 ancestor gods around him exploded. In an instant, 7 world origins were taken out at the same time and 7 types of nomological laws were displayed. The Chaos Ancestor God's chaos element was the fastest. The other nomological laws descended at almost the same time. Just as Long Chen had said, they absolutely could not give the other party any chance to escape. Complete control. When the sinister Blood Demon Ancestor saw the 7 ancestor gods attack at the same time, even Long Chen was nearby, he naturally knew what was going on. His whereabouts must have been leaked to Long Chen and the others, which was why they were intercepting him here. Damn it. Based on their confident gazes, they even know why I wanted to kidnap ancestor god Ling Su. There must be a traitor among us who told them this news. Who is it? In a short instant, the Blood Demon Ancestor's irascible mood flashed with such an intense thought. Furthermore, he quickly locked onto a candidate. The chaotic whole ancestor's prediction was right. No wonder he refused to reveal his plan. He was worried that there was a traitor. We didn't believe it before, but the one who leaked the news was definitely him. Damn it, if I escape this time, I will definitely tear this person into pieces. Another violent thought flashed through his mind. When faced with so many attacks, the Blood Demon Ancestor's heart was the most clear. The most important thing for him to do was to escape this place. Otherwise, he would definitely end up the same as the Mortal People Emperor Ancestor. Sacred Blood Skeleton. In an instant, the Blood Demon Ancestor took out his world origin. It was a mystical item that was born in the middle of the 4th era. That mystical item appeared in his hand. It was actually a set of colorful skeleton. The skeleton wasn't big, roughly the size of a child's skeleton. However, it was very complete. The most important thing was that it was abnormally terrifying. On the colorful skeleton, fresh blood flowed within the skeleton like huge demonic insects rotating within. From afar, the sacred blood skeleton instantly attracted everyone's attention. It was like a sparkling gem crystal skeleton in the night sky that walked out from the primordial world. It had an ancient and heavy aura. Billions of blood prisons, intersecting worlds. The Blood Demon Ancestor was the ancestor of blood, so he knew how to protect himself. It was as if he had turned incomparably small and rapidly merged with the sacred blood skeleton, receiving its protection. In the blink of an eye, the sacred blood skeleton flashed with countless blood-colored stars. Each star was like a world of death. It was a vast world of blood. Buzz buzz. Countless blood prisons stood between the ancestor gods and the Blood Demon Ancestor. In an instant, the 7 ancestor gods' laws and the Blood Demon Ancestor's defense clashed intensely. Sorry, I'll be leaving first. The Blood Demon Ancestor's body burned with bright red flames. As the flames burned, his body also disappeared. Once the flames burned, he would probably disappear from this place. His method of escape. Chapter 36-29. It wasn't that the 7 ancestor gods weren't strong enough. It was just as Long Chen had expected. After all, it was normal for the ancestor god of the 4th epoch to have some tricks up his sleeves. If he escaped and alerted the enemy, it would be very troublesome. Thus, when the ancestor gods attacked, Long Chen told Lingxi to prepare the curse laws. World Motionless Curse. Lingxi was naturally prepared. Basically, the activation of the curse was similar to the attacks of the ancestor gods. It was just that the only law that passed through the billions of blood hells was used on the Blood Demon Ancestor. This is... The Blood Demon Great Ancestor was about to laugh out loud. He was about to escape the encirclement when he suddenly realized that the flames on his body had stopped burning. In that instant, because he hadn't been able to escape, the 7 rules had broken through his defenses and instantly attacked his divine body. Ah! It would be weird if the blood demon ancestor could block the impact of the 7 laws. His flesh and blood body turned to dust under the impact. Only the saint blood skeleton was left. In reality, there were many cracks on it. Imprison him. They had already heavily injured him, so it wasn't difficult to imprison him. In that short instant, the 7 ancestor gods surrounded him. They added 7 layers of restrictions on the saint blood skeleton. Then, Lingxi added another layer. It was basically perfect. The operation this time went very smoothly. It went very smoothly. Soon, another powerful enemy was dealt with. This was an ancestor god who was born in the middle of the 4th epoch. Even if he was a fairy, he could kill Long Chen. Compared to the common people emperor ancestor, he wasn't on the same level. All of you actually ambushed me and imprisoned me. I didn't do anything to the 10,000 worlds. Long Chen, you still dare to say that you aren't the ruler of the 10,000 worlds? You attacked me so quickly. The blood demon ancestor roared in rage. No one bothered with him. Long Chen was prepared to throw him into the ruins of time to end everything. Then, he would go and deal with the epic Tao ancestor, the past and future ancestors, and the chaos whole ancestor. What a joke. Did all of you really think that it would be so easy to deal with me? Did all of you think that I wouldn't know? Who is the one who leaked the news that I'm going to make a move this time? Amidst the struggle, the blood demon ancestor still persisted. He did his best to destroy the wall and shouted, "Isn't it demon ancestor Sheiji?" He had long felt that there was something wrong with this fellow. It really was him. If you betray us, your fate will be even worse. The blood demon ancestor was laughing maniacally. Hearing his reminder, Long Chen could imagine that if the blood demon ancestor told the Eridao ancestor about what happened here, they would probably believe it, and the Sheiji demon ancestor would probably be in trouble. Demonic forefather Sheiji, leave the chaos whole wizard world. Ancestor nature, what's the situation at the chaotic whole wizard realm? When Long Chen was talking to the Shoji demon forefather, there was no response for the time being. They acted quickly and did not have to worry about what happened to demon forefather Sheiji. Fortunately, there were still 3 4th era primordial ancestor gods there. Long Chen, there seems to have been a battle within the great wizard ancestor of the chaotic whole, but it ended very quickly. The ancestor of nature's response was theirs. Just as he finished speaking, there seemed to be a situation over there. Demon forefather Sheiji was captured by the 3 of them. After destroying his flesh and blood body, only the origin of the world is left. Who knows, they might even destroy the origin of the world. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen on the other side in an instant? Long Chen was just feeling happy because he had gotten rid of the blood demon ancestor, but the real situation gave him a problem. Demon forefather Sheiji was instead controlled by the other party. When he said this news, everyone was shocked and silent. When the blood demon ancestor heard the news, he naturally laughed in surprise and said, "You can deal with the common people emperor ancestor, but not me. I know you have some ability, but you think too simply of us. Aren't you disrespecting your opponents?" Demon forefather Sheiji probably didn't expect that he would be discovered so quickly. After all, even if someone leaked the secret, it might not be him. Because demon forefather Sheiji was confident, Long Chen and the others were focused on stopping the blood demon ancestor and did not think too much about it. At this moment, Great Dream Heart Ancestor said to Long Chen, "Long Chen, they asked for you to come over." Obviously, the other party wanted to negotiate. This was bad for Long Chen, because at this moment, the other party was already angry and would obviously be especially difficult to deal with. However, this was not a reason for him to be timid. Let's go. The group chased the blood demon ancestor through the death world and quickly arrived at the chaos whole shaman world. In the chaos whole shaman world, the 12 people on Long Chen's side gathered together, carrying the blood demon ancestor. As for above the Chaos Hole Shaman world, not far from the Chaos Hole Shaman world, there was the Eridao ancestor who controlled the origin of the world, as well as the Chaos Hole Shaman ancestor and the past and future ancestors on both sides. The past and future ancestor was a peerless beauty, but she did not speak and was extremely mysterious. As for the Chaos Hole Shaman ancestor, it was as if he was not involved. He only smiled strangely and looked at all of this with confidence, as if he was watching a show. Both sides in terms of strength, they could indeed crush them. However, Long Chen was worried about two things. First, this was still near the Chaos Hole Shaman world, and there were trillions of Chaos Hole Shaman race lives here. Second, the plant demon ancestor was in their hands. Long Chen could not give up on the plant demon ancestor. Besides, the origin of the plant demon ancestor's world was also related to the lives of trillions of people. At this time, the Eridao ancestor said lightly, "Long Chen, let's get straight to the point. Things have come to this." Just then, the Eridao ancestor agreed. The Kitagarbha divine ancestor, who had stayed in the divine realm for the past 1,000 years, had actually come here and joined the other party's team. This meant that the situation was different now. The two sides had not successfully resolved the conflict, but had reached the point of a life-and-death struggle. The Eridao ancestor continued, "Even the Kitagarbha divine ancestor is here. You also know very well the extent of the conflict between us. They said that they would not rest until one of them died. Let me be honest. Perhaps we have appeared in front of you today for the sake of our individual futures. From now on, perhaps each of us is the Emperor's ancestor. Do you understand what I mean?" Long Chen said, "What do you think? Just say it." The Eridao ancestor sneered and said straightforwardly, "Since the Kitagarbha divine ancestor doesn't even care about his reputation, it's obvious that the conflict between us is already irreconcilable. But we're all different from you. You won't kill the Creator God, but if it's not necessary, we will. After all, the Emperor's ancestor has already made a start. What I mean is, if our conversation doesn't work out, the first to die is the plant demon ancestor, his world, and the trillions of demons." He was threatening Long Chen with the life of the plant demon ancestor and this world. They were even more ruthless. Sure enough, they were going to walk the path of the Emperor's ancestor. Now that the two sides had evolved to this state, even Long Chen could not control it. Long Chen said, "In fact, there's no need to do this. If you don't target me, I won't target you either. If you really know your place, I won't bother to deal with you. We can mind our own business." Of course, this was just a temporary measure. The truth was that Long Chen did not trust them. They were now the cancer of the myriad worlds and were in danger at all times. Once there was a great power that surpassed them, Long Chen would still have to deal with them. "Do you think we're 3-year-olds? Do you still trust us when things are like this?" Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha laughed. "All right, then I'll just state my conditions." The Eridao ancestor didn't waste any time. "I can return the plant demon ancestor to you, but you have to return the blood demon ancestor and the Emperor's ancestor to us. 1 for 2. You're asking too much," Long Chen said. Of course, their demands were not excessive. In the past, they would have asked for Long Chen's life, but now they knew it was impossible. "Not at all. We want their lives, but you can only imprison the Emperor's ancestor and the blood demon ancestor," said the Eridao ancestor. Long Chen looked at everyone. It seemed that they were back to square one. However, the plant demon ancestor could not be killed. From today onwards, the dragon blood god of war was free for 17K. From today onwards, the Lunatic Society's WeChat account, Feng Qingyang, would update the chapter link. There was a link to the new chapters, and the free original chapters would be sent to everyone's phones. You could read them anytime, anywhere. Chapter 3630. They wanted to kill the Sheiji demon forefather in exchange for the mortal people emperor ancestor and the blood demon forefather. Among them, the mortal people emperor ancestor was an existence that Long Chen couldn't forgive because he had destroyed the primordial immortal realm. His hatred for him was second only to the chaos whole shaman ancestor. Now, they wanted to return the two captives to them. Of course, they were unwilling. But, judging from the current situation, they were indeed threatening the Sheiji demon forefather's life. They were far enough away from Long Chen because they were worried that these heaven-defying opponents would suddenly launch a sneak attack and snatch the Sheiji demon forefather. They wouldn't stand here if they didn't have something on them. Long Chen, hurry up. We don't have the patience to wait for you. It's easy for the four of us to destroy the world's origin. Do you want to see if we can do what we say? If that's the case, there will be no room for reconciliation between us. Era Dao ancestor said in a cold voice. The chaos whole shaman ancestor, the past and future ancestors, and divine ancestor Kitagarbha surrounded the Sheiji demon forefather. They were just waiting for Long Chen to give them an answer. In fact, Long Chen was discussing with the ancestor gods. It's indeed wrong to risk the Sheiji demon forefather's life. But if we let these two go, we'll go back to where we started. With our relationship in such a deadlock, it will only be more troublesome in the future. But when the Sheiji demon forefather was seen through and captured, we lost the initiative. Unless we can be as crazy and sinister as them. If we use our lives to threaten them, we won't be us anymore. Primordial Chaos Ancestor God's words basically made everything clear. So, this is a condition that we have to accept. We chose to compromise this time. It's best not to let them lead us by the nose next time. But Long Chen had a new idea. After the exchange, it will be time for both sides to face each other. But at that time, the Sheiji demon forefather and the mortal people emperor ancestor won't be able to fight. Our strength far exceeds theirs. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Since we won't rest until one of us is dead, we can take this opportunity to capture them all. Looking at the current situation, they are at a disadvantage. For their own benefits, they will be even crazier, especially since they let people like common people's emperor ancestor go back. So, everyone be prepared. Long Chen was prepared to carry out this ultimate battle after the exchange was successful. No problem. Everyone was ready. This time, he had to get to the bottom of this malignant tumor of the myriad worlds. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to have a moment of peace. Long Chen, you have to be careful. Although your current level of cultivation is different, their main target is still you, warned ancestor god creation. Understood. After agreeing, the other party's patience ran out. At this time, Long Chen said, I agree to this condition. Very good. A triumphant smile appeared on the faces of Dao ancestor Ji Yuan and the others. Blood demon ancestor was right. Long Chen brought common people emperor ancestor out. However, he was restricted by layers of seals. However, it wasn't a problem. It was really easy for Era ancestor and the others to destroy them. Monster forefather Sheiji was also imprisoned in the same way. The next step was naturally to hand over the captives. The atmosphere was a little heavy. Era ancestor Dao Yuan said, we are all top ancestors of the myriad worlds. Since you have agreed to the exchange, it is best if you don't play any tricks. Okay, I will return monster forefather Sheiji to you. At this time, he let go of monster forefather Sheiji. Long Chen didn't want to play tricks at this juncture. That would only infuriate them. He wanted a chance after the exchange was completed. Go over. Long Chen and the others also let go of common people emperor ancestor and blood demon ancestor. Both sides. Although the captives were imprisoned, they still had some ability to move. This was especially so for monster forefather Sheiji. Although he was heavily injured, he wasn't imprisoned by many levels. He was basically heading towards Long Chen at a quick speed. Just as he crossed paths with common people emperor ancestor and the others, Primal Chaos Ancestor God charged forward and brought Monster Forefather Sheiji into his god country. At this moment, it meant that Long Chen's side was no longer a threat. He was in their hands. Attack. Actually, he was just a little slower. Epic Dao Ancestor had already taken away Common People Emperor Ancestor and Blood Demon Ancestor. Both sides had completed the exchange. Long Chen and the others had 12, while the other side only had 4. Basically, they had surrounded them and attacked instantly. Even Long Chen himself was part of it. They were waiting for this chance to surround and attack. If it was successful, they would finish them off in one go. From then on, there would be no more peace in the 10,000 worlds. They would first be imprisoned, and when Long Chen was completely above them, or even when he became the ancestor god of the Third Era, he would be able to easily suppress them. Then, they would be released. Of course, from the start, Long Chen knew that it would be very difficult to complete this step. This was because the other side would definitely expect them to attack at this time. They would definitely be on guard. Time Origin. World Cleansing Immortal King Sword. Together with Lingxi, he charged towards the Black Hole Sorcerer Ancestor. Chaos Hole Ancestor wasn't considered strong amongst the other side. This was especially so for Ling Shi, who had even added a curse to her attack. 2-pronged attacks. The others basically attacked at the same time. Some of the other side even faced 4 attacks directly, such as Dao Ancestor Era. After all, he had been in the limelight several times. At the critical moment. At this moment, the past and future ancestor, who had always been at the back of their team and was also the most unfathomable to everyone, actually attacked at this time. Or rather, she had been preparing for a long time. It was hard to imagine that such a beauty would actually fight on their side without saying a word. She waved her hand gently, and a wave of power from time actually surrounded the 4 of them. The power of time was like a ripple or a lake that gently enveloped them, taking effect before everyone's attacks took effect. Swoosh! The 4 of them instantly disappeared, as if they had never existed, vanishing without a trace. Boom! The chaotic nomological attacks all bombarded empty space. Countless passageways were opened, causing a huge stretch of the starry sky to shatter. As expected, they're all ready. That past and future ancestor actually used a nomological law similar to the nomological law of time. They've long been prepared to escape after the transaction is completed. Everyone fell silent. At this time, they had to calm down to straighten things out. Everyone stared at Long Chen. After all, Long Chen should be the most familiar with the nomological law of time. It's not just the nomological law of time, but something else. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let her leave so easily. What puzzled Long Chen was the nomological law of the past and future ancestor. What is it? It was just a glimpse, so it was hard to be sure. After asking everyone, it seemed like they didn't have a deep understanding of the past and future ancestor. Let's not care about the matter of the past and future ancestor for now. The key is that the 6 of them have escaped, said the Chaos Ancestor God. Given their personalities and the current situation, when the Common People Emperor Ancestor tells them that Long Chen can fight them head-on, they will probably be anxious. The infinite worlds are so big, and it won't be easy to find them if we hide. We have to deal with them as soon as possible. But with the past and future ancestors around, we have to find them, surround them, and imprison them. It really won't be easy. Perhaps the first thing we need to do is deal with the past and future ancestors. They let the Sheiji ancestor out. I'm sorry everyone, I've caused trouble for all of you. The Sheiji ancestor was very apologetic. Our biggest advantage is that we have 13 people, and they only have 6. No matter what, it's 2 against 1. If we fight head-on, they won't be our match. We need the most effective method to deal with them. But what was that method? Long Chen had a bad feeling. Chapter 36-31. Long Chen. At that moment, the voice boomed throughout the infinite realms. The voice was ancient, solemn, and dignified. It clearly came from the Era Dao ancestor. To be able to transmit his voice to the infinite realms and surround all living beings, even tiny insects, was only the fourth era's ancestor god. From this moment on, the six of us officially declare war on you and the infinite realms. The Era Dao ancestor's voice reverberated throughout the infinite realms. It set off a huge rumble. The infinite realms that had been silent for a period of time flared up. This time, under their control, the entire infinite realms were participating. The Era Dao ancestor's voice reverberated throughout the infinite realms. Even his appearance was revealed in the clouds, mountains, rivers, and even the cosmos. Long Chen and the others were naturally the first to hear it. However, the most important thing was the Era Dao ancestor's words. It was one thing for him to declare war on Long Chen. After all, that was what they had been doing. But the key was that they had added the words to the infinite realms. That was different. At first, they had wanted to unify the infinite realms, including all the ancestor gods and all the living beings, to deal with Long Chen together. At that time, they had still cared about public opinion and what the living beings and the gods and demons thought of them. But this time, they had separated themselves from the infinite realms and were enemies with them. According to their intentions, the entire infinite realms were their enemies. In that case, the infinite realms, the living beings, the gods, and the ancestor gods, were all insignificant to them. What they wanted was victory in the battle against Long Chen. This meant that each of them had become the ancestor emperors of all living beings. In order to achieve this goal, they had transformed into devils and would do anything to achieve it. They would no longer sacrifice the Qiyu demon ancestor in exchange for the hearts of the people. The six of them had formed a group of evil demons. At the very beginning, it had been them. Demon forefather Sheiji, ancestor luminous gold, and the others had joined later on. They are traitors who refused to accept Long Chen. They could have just declared war on Long Chen, but why did they have to declare war on the infinite realms? We are just lowly beings. They have no conflict with us, so why are they targeting us? Have they all gone mad? This behavior is no different from transforming into a devil. What's the difference between him and the primeval troll of the past? How could this be? What do they want to do? In the blink of an eye, everyone was caught in a state of internal struggle, discussion, and even fear. Long Chen's side was indeed strong, but if the other party hid in the dark instead of facing them head-on, they would surely cause unimaginable casualties to the infinite worlds. Long Chen. Another voice rang out, echoing throughout the infinite worlds. This voice was even more domineering, and contained a hint of complacency and madness. He laughed maniacally, sadly, "You don't have the guts to kill me." "That's right, I'm the Everlife ancestor. I was the one who destroyed the supreme ancient immortal realms. So what? I'm still not dead. And from today onwards, there will be a world that will walk on the same path as the supreme ancient immortal realms after a period of time." That's right. The blood demon ancestor's voice and ferocious expression kept changing in the infinite realms. The meaning is clear. We will destroy a world every once in a while. Even their ancestor god, none of them will be able to survive. We will create tragedies one by one, and only when two situations occur will we stop. The blood demon ancestor laughed maniacally. Their madness and malevolence seemed to have finally erupted. As Long Chen and the others listened, all of them fell silent. An unprecedented challenge had already appeared in front of them. The few tumors of the infinite worlds had truly grown into huge poisons that were spreading across the entire world. The Everlife ancestor continued, "The first situation is simple. If you, Long Chen, wipe us out, we will naturally stop. But you can't do it at all. Ha. Just like how we left successfully today, you can forget about finding us in the infinite worlds." If it was possible, Long Chen naturally wanted to kill them. But from this point of view, the second situation was their condition. As expected, the epic Dao ancestor said, the second situation is even simpler. That is, you, Long Chen, will be like the Qiyu demon ancestor and commit suicide to apologize to the world. You forced us into this situation and forced us to a dead end. As long as you die, we won't have to struggle anymore. Naturally, we will return to our own worlds and rebuild the just and fair ancestor-god alliance to rule over the infinite worlds. As long as you commit suicide and die, we will instantly stop. Of course, if you don't commit suicide and can't control us, then it's simple. The 10,000 worlds will be destroyed one by one. Until there are 10,000 worlds. Until there are trillions of gods and demons dead. We don't want the infinite worlds to reach that state. So, how many people will die and how many worlds will be destroyed will depend on your resolve, Long Chen. Their words were crazy and cold. They had lost their demands on themselves and turned into demons. Compared to before, there was a huge change. Although they were speaking to the infinite worlds, they had hidden their location. At this time, it was still impossible to find them. Today, in order to prove that we aren't bluffing, we will immediately show Long Chen and all the living beings of the infinite worlds our first gift. We will destroy the first world. The speed at which they spoke was extremely fast, one after another, shocking the 10,000 worlds again and again. There are 63 trillion living beings here. Every one of them is looking up at the sky. Like everyone else, they are also wondering if the first world to be destroyed will be them. They are the floating god realm. When the last word rang out, there was a tremor, and an explosion came from the depths of the distant starry sky. That was the sound of a world being destroyed. The floating god realm was destroyed. Long Chen naturally remembered that world. Actually, when they said they were going to destroy the first world, Long Chen was already very anxious. They had given him a huge problem that was difficult to solve. He didn't know which world they were going to destroy. But this declaration of war, they were definitely not trying to gain something without risking anything, and it was definitely not a joke. When the word floating appeared, Long Chen and the others had already entered the death world. They opened up numerous world gates and quickly found the floating god realm. The group of them charged out. Beat it to death. At this point, they couldn't be polite at all. But when they appeared, they were stunned. The floating god realm was undamaged. It was still here, and there wasn't a single ancestor god around. The living beings within were scared silly. Of course, everyone knew the reason why they were here. They had lied to themselves. They said that the floating god realm was to buy time for themselves. Sorry, I said it wrong. This world is called the Builder Tree, haha. At the same time as the sound of the world being destroyed, the common people's ancestor emperor laughed loudly. Builder Tree. A place that Long Chen was extremely familiar with. Zhu Shi's hometown. A place that Kitten had paid a lot of attention to. When Long Chen and the others moved to the Builder Tree, the ancient tree in space had already been completely destroyed. In truth, they had killed the ancestor god, causing all living beings and the world to be destroyed. Another, the ancestor god was destroyed. They were for real. Looking at the world in front of them, the Builder Tree Saint Ancestor, the Builder Tree God race, and the Phoenix race had all been turned to dust. Long Chen's voice was hoarse. Very good, he could clearly see the destruction of the entire world. As they had been tricked into going to another world, they were delayed. By the time they arrived, they had already destroyed the Builder Tree and escaped. In an instant, when the news of the Builder Tree being destroyed and the deaths of countless living beings spread across the 10,000 worlds, most people cried. Some felt sorrow. Some felt fear. It was as if the future had fallen into a swamp. In the future, they were destined to be afraid, destined to be afraid. Unless, 1. Long Chen killed this group of terrifying madmen, or 2. Long Chen committed suicide. In the end, they were still targeting Long Chen. Or, if Long Chen committed suicide, they would not be so crazy. At this moment, it seemed to be the voice of the chaotic whole ancestor. Long Chen, think about it. We are all at the level of the fourth era's ancestor god. We can't kill you, and you can't kill us. The only way is for you to commit suicide. Now, you are very honored. The entire 10,000 worlds and countless gods and demons are waiting for you to die. I think you will not disappoint them. Naturally, you are now. So, before the next world is destroyed, you have to be prepared. Otherwise, so many gods and demons will be destroyed forever because of you. We have tentatively decided that the next world will be destroyed at this moment in 10 days. You still have 10 days. Think about it carefully. Is your life more important or the lives of the 10,000 worlds more important? Everyone, follow Feng Qingyang's WeChat. In a few days, there will be some activities here, such as soliciting new books, supporting roles, etc. Chapter 36-32. They had destroyed the ancestor gods. If they did not destroy the world origin, the living beings still had some hope. Once the world origin was destroyed, all living beings would have no hope of rebirth. That was the case with the Builder Tree. But when the ancestor gods came to where the Builder Tree had once been, they saw the world that no longer existed, and the pressure and threats from the other party. Such a situation, such an outcome, had undoubtedly crossed the bottom line of all the ancestor gods present. To Long Chen and the others, the 6 existences had already gone completely mad and had lost their humanity. They were using the most sinister methods to engage in the most shameless of struggles. Such opponents were naturally the most difficult to deal with. They wanted to force Long Chen to commit suicide, and turn the target of their coercion into the living beings of the infinite worlds. Such methods are utterly shameless. They are using the gods and demons who have killed all living beings as weapons. Today, they had destroyed the Builder Tree. That was their sin. Now, the gods and demons of the myriad worlds hated them. However, as time passed, the world will be destroyed, and the gods and demons of the myriad worlds will always be afraid and panicking. If we can't deal with them again and again, then in the end, the gods and demons will gradually have the thought of making Long Chen commit suicide in their fear. In the end, the person most afraid would become Long Chen. When people were terrified to the extreme, they would often lose their reason and even lose their sense of right and wrong. After all, compared to their own survival, right and wrong were not very important. Long Chen, you must not let them scare you. All I can say is that without you, they will be even more lawless, and the infinite worlds will have no future, Destiny Star Ancestor hurriedly said. They all knew that the person who would bear the greatest pressure from the shameless methods of the other party was Long Chen. To Long Chen, the most difficult thing to bear was the survival of all living beings in the infinite worlds. In every world, there were hundreds of trillions of living beings. They had loved ones, emotions, desires, dreams, pursuits, and thoughts. They had the right to live, and they should not die. They were innocent. The level of an ancestor god is too transcendent. They can destroy worlds at will. This is not a good thing. In such a world, the gods and demons basically have no right to live. Long Chen was deep in thought. It was impossible for him not to be angry at this moment. At the start, he only hated the chaotic whole ancestor and the common people's emperor ancestor. However, now that the Builder Tree had been destroyed and they were shouting crazily in front of him, Long Chen hated all 6 of them. It was an unforgettable hatred. What Long Chen was thinking about the most right now was how to kill the 6 of them without destroying their world. Now, the elder gods were worried about Long Chen. Lingxi understood him even better. He also had feelings for the Builder Tree sacred tree. He had once walked in this world and was very familiar with every blade of grass and tree here. He was very familiar with the Builder Tree divine race and the Phoenix race. But now, in this world, so many common people were completely shattered in front of his eyes. Die. A blood feud. That hatred and murderous intent flowed through Long Chen's body like a tide. It kept on surging, almost squeezing his body to the point of bursting. In an instant, it engulfed the entire world. He had to find them and kill them. The creator gods, the source of the world. It was difficult to find them. Revenge was even more difficult. After all, the creator gods couldn't die. What Long Chen had to bear now was not just personal hatred. If he was obsessed with personal hatred, then he wasn't suitable to be the Lord of all worlds. No matter what, the most important thing to do now was not resentment, nor was it suicide. Instead, it was to find a solution. Now, the 6 ancestor gods were no longer breathing. Under the concerned gazes of the crowd, Long Chen said, "I'll open the Death Dragon Gate and bring the ancestor gods into my death world. Although they won't be able to protect their world this way, there's no point in keeping them alive. On the contrary, if the source of the world is destroyed, those gods and demons won't have any hope of rebirth." That was his decision. At the very least, if they destroyed a world, Long Chen and the others arrived and could use the fastest speed to revive those souls. Basically, 99% of them wouldn't die. That's good. Let's do that first. In fact, even the ancestor gods of all worlds were panicking. Long Chen took action directly. He directly informed the ancestor gods of all worlds to open the Death Dragon Gate and let them enter the death world first. As for what to do 10 days later, it depended on whether Long Chen and the others could find them within these 10 days, and whether they could decipher the speed at which the ancestors of the past and future were escaping. Come in. The ancestor gods were very cooperative. They deeply understood that in front of the 6 fourth-era primordial ancestor gods, even if they resisted with their own worlds, it would be useless. Yes. One by one, the ancestor gods arrived at the death world, and from there, they arrived at the dragon sacrificial continent. The current dragon sacrificial continent was almost the safest place in all worlds. Not long after, almost all the ancestor gods were on the dragon sacrificial continent. Everyone, I'm sure you know the situation now. Facing these thousands of ancestor gods, Long Chen now truly had the divine might of the Lord of all worlds. I can only say that this is the beginning of the battle. Since the other party is shameless, heartless, and has broken the first principle of the coexistence of all worlds, then what we have to choose is not to compromise, but to make them pay a heavy price. Yes. For the time being, the ancestor gods of all worlds were actually angry. They basically wouldn't support the 6 anymore. After all, what the 6 of them had done was simply unforgivable by any ancestor god. Their world could be destroyed at any time. For the time being, there's nothing for everyone to do. Please stay on the dragon sacrificial continent. As for killing and intercepting them, that's the task of the 10 of us, Long Chen explained. But immediately after, he thought of something and said, each of you has your own world. I think everyone understands how to communicate with your own people. We must not let them lose hope, let alone fear. As long as we survive this calamity, all worlds will definitely have a long period of peace. When that time comes, I'm afraid that will be the true Genesis era. Yes. They were the most suitable people to stabilize the hearts of the people. Long Chen thought it through. It was impossible to eliminate these 6 malignant tumors without casualties. Now that the ancestor gods of all worlds were here, even if the world was destroyed, Long Chen could revive most of them. This number of casualties could basically be reduced to a minimum. Long Chen didn't expect to deal with them immediately. However, he had set a goal for himself. At least before the other party destroyed 3 worlds, he had to accomplish it. He couldn't drag it out and let all worlds fall into a vortex of fear. Long Chen. Everyone looked at Long Chen. 10 days, the next destroyed world. 10 days. On the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, it was 100,000 days. That was about 270 years. For the current Long Chen, this bit of time was only enough for him to cultivate. Even a single instant would not be enough for his next world essence to have a 5th world essence. Next, all of you will try your best to search for their traces in all worlds. Once you find them, inform me immediately. Once there's anything, inform me immediately. There must be a way to deal with them. Tell me immediately. This was Long Chen's decision. Now, including the Sheiji demon ancestor, they had 13 experts. Lingxi was equivalent to an expert in the middle of the Fourth Era. In the future, she would definitely be stronger after she became proficient. She could be called the number one in all worlds. Perhaps Lingxi would soon have a way to restrict the ancestors of the past and future. In terms of strength, they were like lions, while the 6 of them were like hyenas swimming in the grassland. In a head-on attack, hyenas were definitely no match for lions. However, hyenas hid in the grassland and wandered everywhere. It wouldn't be easy for lions to find them. In this team, Long Chen's current strength wasn't outstanding. If he joined them, there wouldn't be much change. What he could think of, the other ancestor gods of the Fourth Era could also think of. Therefore, he knew what he had to do. Seize the time and become stronger. Chapter 36-33. His heart of slaughter burned fiercely in his chest. Today, the killing intent of all living beings in the myriad worlds was concentrated on Long Chen. He seemed to have an outline in his heart, and he had a deeper understanding of the true path of slaughter. Vaguely, he soon found the path to condense the origin of the fifth world of slaughter. The origin of a world was related to one's understanding of the laws in one's heart. Little she, I'll leave the escape method of the past and future ancestors to you and the primordial chaos ancestor god. The primordial chaos ancestor god was proficient in the Tao of primordial chaos, so they could break it. As for the Genesis spirit beast and the Destiny star beast, they only needed to fight a few more times. They would probably have some ideas after exchanging a few blows. Focus on improving yourself. From today onward, Lingxi would follow the 11 ancestor gods on their expedition. Okay. They split up. The ancestor gods were responsible for appeasing the gods and demons. Among them were the powerful 5th era ancestor gods, such as Pangu and Hongjun. Dozens of them gathered together, and they were a force to be reckoned with. They might be of help at any time. Now, he was fully armed. As for Long Chen, he made a decision that the Chaos Whole ancestor and the others couldn't understand. He used the short 10 days to cultivate. They split up, at a certain place in the myriad worlds. In a hidden location. 6 figures were hidden here. 5 of them were surrounding one person, and the one in the middle was the chaotic whole wizard ancestor. The other 5 people had respectful expressions on their faces. The Chaos Whole ancestor was the weakest among them. If Long Chen and the others saw this scene, they would indeed find it hard to understand. The Chaos Whole Shaman clan seems to have summoned all the ancestor gods to the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen has the ability to resurrect the dead. In that case, our plan of massacring 10,000 worlds doesn't seem that shocking to them. They didn't seem to know the true identity of the Chaos Whole ancestor, but they were still respectful. It was hard to understand. At this time, the great wizard ancestor revealed a strange smile and said, "That's not necessarily the case. He will be anxious as the worlds are destroyed one by one. Moreover, we don't expect Long Chen to really commit suicide. No matter how great the pressure from the myriad worlds is, suicide is still a wrong move. We still have to destroy him." Everyone was puzzled. Dao ancestor Ji Yuan said, "That's unlikely. Their overall strength is so much weaker than theirs. Long Chen has already reached a level where he can fight us head-on. How are we supposed to kill him?" The black hole witch ancestor smiled mysteriously. He said, "We also need time. Don't worry, everyone. When the time comes, it will naturally be done. Just watch and see." He was a god-fiend's sacred lord. Perhaps, after waking up from his slumber, he needed time to gradually return to his former state. Common people Emperor Ancestor asked, "Then, what should we do now? Destroy a world every now and then flee?" "That's right," said the Shaman Ancestor. "That's it?" Although everyone was still confused, the shaman ancestor didn't seem to want to tell them everything, so they could only continue guessing and executing. At least for now, the pressure was on Long Chen. They could almost see hope. "There's one more thing we need to do," said the shaman ancestor. "What is it?" The shaman ancestor's expression was sinister. "Some people want to cut ties with us and stay out of this, but it won't be so easy. Traders have to pay a heavy price. Until now, we have announced to the myriad worlds that we destroyed the Builder Tree, but they still haven't contacted us. If they return, it means that they don't care about us. So, we have to destroy them and let the myriad worlds know the price of traders." "You mean the Sheiji ancestor?" "But he's with Long Chen." Common People Emperor ancestor was puzzled. "Who said it's the Sheiji ancestor? Where is the largest and most populous world in the myriad of worlds?" asked the Black Hole Witch ancestor. Dao ancestor Ji Yuan said, "Not the dragon sacrificial continent, but the second era's origin cave. The ones who betrayed us are the bright gold ancestor and the demonic silver ancestor." "That's right." The shaman ancestor looked in an empty direction in the myriad worlds and sneered. "It's time for them to pay the price. With the 6 of us, we can destroy the bright gold ancestor and the demonic silver ancestor before Long Chen and the others arrive and instantly destroy the second era's origin cave. This is the place with the most living beings." Everyone was shocked by the shaman ancestor's boldness. However, they were all eager to try. "Very good, I've long disliked these two. It's time to release the biggest bomb in the myriad worlds," Common People Emperor ancestor said sinisterly. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Sacred ancestor Kitagarbha said, "But didn't we say that we'll destroy the next world in 10 days? Everyone laughed. "If we followed the rules, would we still be standing here together? We are going to wipe them out completely. We'll reorganize the myriad worlds and unify them. We'll let the 6 races rule the world. If we don't want others to climb over our heads, we have to do whatever it takes to climb over their heads. The second era's origin cave, your doomsday is here." The shaman ancestor laughed. "My 8 little cuties, I only ate some snacks just now. Now, it's time for your main meal. You must eat your fill." He looked at his palms. The shaman ancestor's smile became even more strange. The second era's origin cave, the ancestral realm of destruction. On this vast continent, countless living beings were coexisting peacefully. This prosperous world was the largest among the myriad worlds. Although the dragon sacrificial continent could match this place in size, the number of living beings inside was completely incomparable. After all, this place had been flourishing for countless great eras. It hadn't been destroyed by the sky-swallowing clan. It was still peaceful. The life of the Steel clan in the ancestral realm of destruction was almost the same as before. Now that the second era's origin cave was connected to the myriad worlds, people could enter and exit freely. Moreover, the second era's origin cave was rich in spirit chi, so many gods and demons from the myriad worlds sneaked in to cultivate. There were a lot of them, but compared to the countless Steel clan in the ancestral realm of destruction, this number was very small. Therefore, it didn't affect the lives of the Steel clan. Especially with the bright gold ancestor and the devilish silver ancestor, the 2 most ancient ancestors here, the Steel clan wasn't worried. Especially recently, the 2 ancestor gods returned and didn't seem to leave. Instead, they started building a formation on the ancestral realm of destruction. Because of the short period of time, the formation hadn't taken shape yet. The 2 ancestor gods and the 5th era ancestor gods were all working hard. Actually, it's better to have a stable life in the past. The myriad worlds are changing too much now, and I have a bad feeling. A 9th era ancestor god stood on the ancestral realm of destruction, patrolling around. Next to him was an 8th era ancestor god. He said, "It can't be helped, this is the fate of the ancestral realm of destruction." However, I felt that it was a bit inappropriate for the 2 ancestors to join those people's camp. Fortunately, the 2 ancestors gave up and returned, no longer participating in the struggle of the myriad worlds. Yes, those 6 ancestor gods are really crazy. The builder tree was destroyed in an instant, and now the people of the ancestral realm of destruction are panicking. Fortunately, the ancestral realm of destruction can stay out of it. After all, both sides are fighting, and they don't want to waste their energy on us. They might even try to rope us in. Speaking of the 2 ancestor gods, they were still very proud and arrogant. They believed that the ancestral realm of destruction was the #1 world in the myriad worlds. The draconic sacrificial continent couldn't compare to them now. Moreover, they were ancestral gods of destruction, so there was still room for improvement. Let's go and take a look over there. Don't let the thieves of other worlds sneak into our ancestral realm of destruction. The 2 of them were in high spirits as they continued forward. Suddenly, 6 elder gods appeared within the clouds in front of them. Of course, they recognized these 6 terrifying existences. They were the nightmares of the myriad worlds. All of them were expressionless. However, their fiendish auras couldn't be concealed. Chapter 36-34. Who would have thought that the 6 of them would actually cause such a ruckus? In the core of the destruction ancestral domain, the bright gold ancestor and the devil silver ancestor were hidden in the depths of a steel forest. The devil silver ancestor said, "I think it's a little strange. They were quite calm in the past, they really shouldn't be like this. In this way, even if they defeat Long Qin, I don't think it will be good for them. At the very least, the dozen or so 4th era primordial ancestor gods won't let the 6 of them off, right? I'm also curious about this." The luminous gold ancestor frowned. The devil silver ancestor said, "I'm a little worried. In the past, they still cared about morality. Now that we've separated ourselves from them at this juncture, with their vengeful nature, if they really manage to get rid of Long Qin, we'll definitely be able to deal with them. It might be harmful to us. That can't be. There's no need for them to waste their energy here." The luminous gold ancestor felt that they weren't that stupid. But just as he finished speaking, a strange change occurred. They could naturally sense that the appearance of those 6 elder gods had been accompanied by the deaths of 2 elder gods. This was a very direct declaration of war, leaving no room for negotiation. "You! Stop!" The faces of the luminous gold ancestor and the devil silver ancestor changed dramatically. They soared into the clouds and appeared beneath the 6 elder gods in the blink of an eye. "Quick, inform Long Qin." While the bright gold ancestor was charging ahead, the devil silver ancestor had this thought. Even though they had been enemies with Long Qin before, they had no choice. However, it was obvious that the 6 of them were here to destroy and take revenge on him. Since they were heartless, he couldn't be too benevolent. The best thing to do now was to inform Long Qin as soon as possible. Hence, the devilish silver ancestor informed Long Qin directly. She said, "Long Qin, they've come to attack my destruction ancestral domain. Please help me, I can't thank you enough." That was enough. In the blink of an eye, 2 elder gods were revealed to the 6 elder gods. The 6 elder gods had savage looks on their faces. They seemed to have been waiting for their arrival. "Everyone, you actually dared to kill an ancestral god of my ancestral region? We have already withdrawn from the War of the Infinite Realms, so why are you targeting us?" The bright gold ancestor roared furiously. However, no one answered him as he spoke. What responded to him was the 6 of them. Moreover, it was not a simple attack. In the instant that the 2 sides clashed, the 6 elder gods exploded with astonishing power. 3 of them surrounded and attacked an elder god of destruction. Among them, the chaotic whole ancestor, the mortal people emperor ancestor, and the blood demon ancestor attacked the devil silver ancestor. The other 3 would attack the bright gold ancestor. The moment they attacked, it was a life and death battle without any scruples. In fact, they didn't care about the destruction ancestral realm at all. The ancestral territory of destruction had just arrived in the myriad worlds, so they hadn't built a mature formation diagram yet. Thus, they were greatly affected. In fact, the number of people from the Steel clan who died in the shockwave was endless. Great Blue Chaos Hole. Epic Temple. Devil Blood Hell. 6 autarchs descended, completely enveloping the luminous gold ancestor and the devil silver ancestor. It was direct and vicious, and as soon as it appeared, the 2 annihilation ancestor gods were suppressed to the brink of death. Of course, the 2 annihilation ancestor gods had to fight back. World of Glory. The luminous gold ancestor was forced into a corner and had no choice but to use his ultimate technique. His entire body exploded with golden light, radiating with terrifying light that engulfed the entire destruction ancestral territory, drowning everything in its golden light. This golden light was filled with a vast, heaven-defying power that fiercely resisted the laws of the 6 ancestor gods. Trillion Devil Silver Puppets. As for the Devil Silver ancestor, he was taking advantage of the glorious world of glory to use his ultimate technique to escape. It wasn't a wise idea to fight the other side head-on. He had to hold on until Long Chen and the others came to help. RIP. The entire Devil Silver ancestor turned into a trillion silver beads that scattered in an attempt to escape the limits of the other side's laws. They used extreme methods to resist and escape. At this time, they couldn't care less about the destruction ancestral territory. Even the laws they resisted would destroy the destruction ancestral territory and the Steel clan on it. But there was no other way. They couldn't defend themselves against the attacks of the 6 Fourth Era primordial ancestor gods. It was normal for them to be injured. Break. Run. These were the thoughts of the bright gold ancestor and the devil silver ancestor. Even though they were suppressed to the extreme. Among them, the bright gold ancestor wanted to take advantage of the golden light of the world of glory to escape, while the devil silver ancestor became one of the billions of silver beads and prepared to escape. After all, the 6 primordial ancestor gods had joined forces. Although the 4th Era primordial ancestor gods had joined forces, it wouldn't be easy to kill them. You want to take revenge on us? Humph, wait for Long Chen and the others to deal with you. The bright gold ancestors' laughter echoed throughout the world. But at this time, the 6 ancestor gods still had indifferent expressions. At this time, the chaotic whole witch ancestor suddenly smiled. The golden light engulfed him, making it difficult to fathom him. For a moment, a strange thing seemed to appear in the golden light of the world of glory. Continue. The 6 elder gods continued to attack, bombarding the 2 elder gods in a frenzy. Among them, the blood demon ancestor, the epic Tao ancestor, and the past and future ancestors were all in the middle of the 4th Era. Each of them could crush the 2 bright gold ancestor, which showed how powerful they were. As long as they had enough time, they would definitely be able to kill these 2. The bright gold ancestor and the others still had a sliver of hope against this level of encirclement. The reason was that they wanted to last until Long Chen and the others arrived. Kill. The great whole shaman ancestor shouted. Suddenly, in the golden world of glory, there seemed to be a giant beast galloping. Vaguely, the silhouettes of 8 giant beasts could be seen. Buzz. 8 giant beasts and 6 Fourth Era progenitor gods had surrounded the 2 destruction progenitor gods. Due to the sudden appearance of an accident, the bright gold progenitor and the devil silver progenitor had engaged in a terrifying attack. Bang! For a time, the ancestral destruction domain shook several times, and it was unknown how many lives were lost. At the last moment, no. No. Within the flickering world, the miserable cries of the bright gold ancestor and the demonic silver ancestor could be heard. Within this golden light, giant beasts galloped. Something that they couldn't believe appeared, something that exceeded their imaginations. It was as if they were being attacked by more than 10 opponents at the same time. Rumble. Finally, Nirvana. Long Chen, save me. The bright gold ancestors' terrified cry spread throughout the myriad worlds, causing a huge upheaval. The builder tree had just been destroyed. Everyone was still immersed in fear and hatred. Who would have thought that the bright gold ancestor's cry for help would instantly spread throughout the world? Who would have thought? In fact, from the moment the devil silver ancestor called out to Long Chen to the bright gold ancestor's cry for help, only a split second had passed. Not long after Long Chen entered the state of mind on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, he heard this call. The devil silver ancestor is asking me for help. Those 6 progenitor gods actually went to take revenge on them. Long Chen stood up. After all, the 4th floor of the Tower of Time had 10,000 times the time. He didn't need to be too anxious here, so he talked with Mo Xiaolang and pondered for a while. Will they set up a trap and wait for me to go over? This was what Long Chen thought. After all, the devil silver ancestor was one of their people from the beginning. I don't think so. Previously, they said that they would only destroy the second world in 10 days. That's something outside of their plan. They're probably going to take revenge on these 2 traitors to them. Given their current situation, it might not be impossible for them to do such a thing. They've already gone crazy. Mo Xiaolang said. That should be the case. Chapter 36-35. This is an opportunity. I must subdue them. When Long Chen arrived at the Death World, the other ancestor gods and Lingxi had already left. He quickly followed, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the destruction ancestral domain. All he could see was endless golden light. The golden light drowned the world, blocking vision and perception. If he was right, Long Chen guessed that this was the luminous gold ancestor's law. Long Chen, save me. The devilish silver ancestor's voice was still echoing in Long Chen's ears, but it seemed to have stopped. After that, there was no more sound from the 2. They are over there. The ancestor gods found their position and chased after them. Boom! At this moment, the golden light trembled and dissipated. It seemed that the luminous gold ancestor could no longer support this law. Therefore, Long Chen could vaguely sense the direction of the 6 ancestor gods. They are escaping. After them. This was a rare opportunity. At this time, they had to think of a way to stop them. Even if they died, they couldn't let them escape again. If they hadn't come here to fight the luminous gold ancestor, it would have been very difficult to get so close to them. Look up. The Chaos Hole ancestor, the Mortal Emperor ancestor, and the others had smiles on their faces as they gathered in a row. At this moment, Long Chen saw the strange black light converge into the Chaos Hole ancestor's palm. The Chaos Hole ancestor smiled, and his gaze met Long Chen's. He grinned. You are too late. At this moment, a ripple enveloped them. The moment Long Chen and the others arrived, the ripple disappeared. The 6 ancestor gods once again disappeared before their eyes. Just a moment away. They disappeared again. After they disappeared, the golden light disappeared. Damn it. Even the Chaos Hole ancestor god was enraged that he couldn't catch up to them. He wanted nothing more than to destroy this place to vent his anger. Now that the golden light had dissipated, everyone could clearly see their surroundings. Looking down, they saw that the ancestral land had indeed been greatly affected by the battle. This world was relatively stable, and even though it wasn't destroyed, it had suffered great damage. Many mountains had been flattened. The oceans evaporated, and the continents cracked into billions of islands. At least 1% of the living beings on those islands died, and countless were injured. They said that they would attack the next world in 10 days. Why are they? Lingxi was so angry that she was about to cry. She was actually under a lot of pressure. She had been trying to think of a way, but before she could think of anything, the other party continued to attack. They probably think that the luminous gold ancestor and the others are traitors and aren't counted. Their main goal today isn't to destroy the world. The luminous gold ancestor and the others are elder gods of destruction. Killing them is useless against destroying the world. Long Chen explained as he surveyed his surroundings. Long Chen would naturally resurrect those people in the destruction ancestral land below. But most importantly, what about the bright gold ancestor and devilish silver ancestor? At this moment, the other elder gods were searching as well. How did the 6 of them escape in such a short period of time? How did the luminous gold ancestor and the others disappear? Could it be that this is part of their scheme? The luminous gold ancestor and the others were originally on their side. For a time, the elder gods were very puzzled. They searched everywhere but couldn't find a single trace of them. This was completely impossible. All of you, come out. There were quite a few elder gods hiding below. There were over 1,000 of them, and nearly 10 of them were 5th-era elder gods. They only dared to come out after being summoned by Long Chen. Where are the luminous gold ancestor and the devilish silver ancestor? Long Chen asked. We don't know, one of the 5th-era elder gods said. How is that possible? Impossible? Long Chen asked coldly. It's like this. When the 6 elder gods appeared, the 2 of us fought against them, and then the golden light blocked our vision. The battle didn't last very long. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared, and the 2 of you appeared. An instant. But when they left, we didn't see them take away the luminous gold ancestor and the devilish silver ancestor. It's possible that they died in battle. Suddenly, Destiny Star Ancestor said with a sunken face. This guess made him very puzzled. Why do you say that? Everyone asked. Destiny Star Ancestor said, Intuition, I think. I feel that their revenge was real and not a trick. As for the luminous gold ancestor and the devilish silver ancestor, they were surrounded and disappeared. They were either imprisoned or dead. After the battle ended, we also heard the screams of the 2 ancestors, one of the 8th-era elder gods said in a trembling voice. The 2 4th-era destruction elder gods were their pillars of support. No one had ever thought that they would die. But this was very likely the reality. Hee, Long Chen. For a time, the arrogant voice of the mortal people emperor ancestor spread throughout the infinite worlds. I won't hide it from you. The luminous gold ancestor and the devilish silver ancestor, the 2 4th-era ancestral gods, have been killed by us. This news spread all over the infinite worlds. As such, along with the voices of the luminous gold ancestor and the devilish silver ancestor, the gods and demons of the infinite worlds could basically confirm what had happened. They suddenly appeared and actually killed 2 4th-era's primordial ancestral gods. Luckily, they were the destruction elder gods. If not, how many people would have died? Terror swept across the infinite worlds like a nightmare, bringing a cold wind to the infinite worlds. Of course, this has nothing to do with what we agreed on before. The 2nd-era origin cave is independent from the outside. Today, we were just punishing the traitors. We didn't think that we would disturb such an important person. However, since you are here, you can see what happened to us traitors. Right, they turned to dust and were totally wiped out. Even if you don't believe me, so what? Anyway, from now on, the luminous gold ancestor and the devilish silver ancestor will no longer exist. Mortal people emperor ancestor said many things. Every sentence he said caused an uproar in the infinite worlds. Especially for the destruction ancestor region, this was an unprecedented blow. The 2 pillars that supported the destruction ancestor region were actually gone. They were filled with disbelief. After all, it happened in just an instant. At this moment, loud cries swept across the entire destruction ancestor region. How could this be? I don't believe it. They must be lying to us. How could our ancestors die? Mortal people emperor ancestor's voice reverberated in the infinite worlds. Who will be next? Long Chen, I hope it will be you. After all, as long as you are dead, we will stop and the infinite worlds will still be beautiful. Mortal people emperor ancestor said at the end. After saying this, his voice slowly disappeared. But the fear it caused wouldn't dissipate in the infinite worlds. Actually, this was a huge challenge to Long Chen's authority in the hearts of the infinite worlds. The 6 of them proved that even if they wanted to kill 2 4th-era ancestral gods, Long Chen's dozen people wouldn't be able to stop the 6 of them. Long Chen and the others were useless and would cause the infinite worlds to suffer more and more losses. Facing such a situation, Long Chen and the others were silent. Impossible. Bright Gold Ancestor and Demon Silver Ancestor aren't weak. It is impossible for the 6 of them to kill them in such a short time. Even if the 13 of us appeared together, we might not be able to kill the 2 of them in such a short time. It is definitely impossible. Don't be scared by them. Primordial Battle Ancestor shook his head. Most of them didn't believe it either. After all, it was just too ridiculous. Perhaps the Luminous Gold Ancestor and the Devil Silver Ancestor are still standing on their side. This is just an act. Their goal is to lower our prestige in the myriad worlds and instill fear in the myriad worlds. Even the original Soul Ancestor said this. Long Chen hoped that was the case. But an instinct in his heart told him that this was just to console himself. Fate Star Ancestor thought the same, and they were the ones who had the deepest understanding of fate. I will let the Destruction Ancestor region be reborn. Chapter 36-36. At the very least, under the flames of life, the steel race that had perished due to the chaos in the Destruction Ancestral realm was basically reborn. After all, the other party had come in a hurry, so there were not many casualties. Except for the missing Bright Gold Ancestor and Devil Silver Ancestor. Long Chen, is our ancestor really dead? Now that Long Chen was willing to let bygones be bygones and allow the steel race to be reborn, the Destruction Ancestor gods that had destroyed the ancestral domain viewed him as their only pillar of support. This question was not easy to answer. Although Long Chen guessed that they had already perished, he could not produce any evidence. Let's go. The group left the Destruction Ancestral realm in silence. Today's encounter was unimaginable. Looking back at the Destruction Ancestral realm, peace had been restored. However, the great fear and trauma brought by the 6 ancestor gods could not be healed. It might cause the world to be unable to recover for a long time. I still don't believe that the 2 ancestor gods are dead. It doesn't make sense, said Hexapath. Long Chen said, if he really died, then it would mean that there's a terrifying problem. What is it? The 6 ancestor gods still have trump cards we can't imagine, said Long Chen. They were still hiding in the shadows of the infinite worlds. Using the lives of the infinite worlds to force Long Chen to commit suicide was one of their tactics. But Long Chen had a vague feeling that it was not their only tactic. What? That's possible. Hearing Long Chen's words, everyone had a new idea. That's right, if the 2 of them were dead, it would prove the problem. Otherwise, they would not have been able to do it. The Chaos Ancestor gods said, then we must know what trump cards they have. What does this trump card have to do with what they're doing, which is similar to stalling for time? Destroying a world in 10 days was indeed a bit like stalling for time. But if it was purely to stall for time, the Blood Demon Ancestor should not have taken action. What I don't understand is that they were originally normal. Why did they suddenly become like this? Asked Sheiji Ancestor. There were indeed many doubts about the opponents. To be honest, Long Chen's mind was a bit confused. On one hand, it was because of all the mysteries he had created. On the other hand, it was because the gods and demons of the myriad worlds had fallen into a state of extreme panic under their threat. Almost every world was in chaos, as if the end of the world was about to arrive. It was this chaos that caused many tragedies in the mortal world, and many people fell into madness, killing and committing crimes. The cries of all living beings in the myriad worlds disturbed Long Chen's mind. You shouldn't underestimate them. Although there are only 6 of them, they are indeed terrifying opponents. What we need to break is not only the methods of the past and future ancestors, but also their trump cards. Even though the situation and his mind were in a mess, Long Chen still gritted his teeth and calmed down. He realized that it was impossible to negotiate with the other party. Suicide was even more impossible. The only way to solve this problem was to surpass the other party in terms of strength. He was the real deal. If he was holding her hand right now, wherever the other party went, he would chase after him. Then, if this continued for a long time, the problem would probably not be solved. Long Chen, what's your decision? Everyone was at a loss. In the end, they still looked at Long Chen. Long Chen said, I'm going back to cultivate. You guys keep an eye on the myriad worlds. Still trying to figure out a way to suppress it. The laws of the past and future ancestors. Everything will go according to the original plan. But, 10 days from now, they will destroy the next world. Ancestor God creation couldn't bear to see this happen. If we don't break through, we won't just lose a single world, but countless worlds. That's why I feel that the most important thing for me isn't to chase after them one by one, but to find a way to surpass them and destroy them. All losses are unavoidable. Now, Long Chen could no longer say that he could bring every living being back from the dead. He could only say that more people would survive. Even if the world was destroyed, they would still be able to enter the dragon sacrificial continent. Their ancestor God would still exist, and they would still have the chance to create their world. You made the right choice. Your greatest value is in your potential. Let us do the chasing, scouting, and negotiating, said the primal chaos ancestral god. There was no time to lose. Long Chen calmed his heart and chose to return to the pagoda of time. Maybe the ancestor god creation's goal was to disturb his mind, but he knew that he absolutely couldn't allow himself to be disturbed. The heart of slaughter. The hatred from the death of the dragon attendants, the hatred from the destruction of the supreme ancient immortal realm and the builder tree. And now, the ancestor god creation had killed 2 ancestor gods of destruction, provoking him. All of these formed a boundless wave of rage. His blood chi churned and exploded within his divine dragon body. The surging hatred caused Long Chen to recomprehend the heart of slaughter in silence, gaining a deeper understanding of it. His entire body sank into this state. Time flowed by, and he calmed down, no longer caring about time. Instead, he was pursuing a higher level of slaughter. The ancestor god creation couldn't be killed. The Chaos Whole Ancestor and the others were the ancestor god creation, but they had done something that made Long Chen want nothing more than to tear them into pieces. This was a contradiction. Long Chen couldn't allow all living beings to be wiped out. But now, he had no other choice. Before he could resolve this matter, he could only watch as a portion of the living beings were turned into shattered souls. Should I kill them or not? This was a doubt, a question. If he wanted to kill them, how should he kill them? How could he kill the ancestor god creation without killing the origin source of the world? The ancestor god creation was the soul of the ancestor, hidden within the origin energy of the world. They controlled the origin energy of the world and were inextricably linked to the origin of the world. How should he extract the soul of the ancestor? Most probably, even the origin soul ancestor wouldn't be able to do it. Long Chen kept pondering. This question stumped him. His ultimate question was how should he kill the ancestor god creation? After all, the primordial blood spirit dragon was the most proficient in killing. Blood was just one of the aspects that the blood demon ancestor was proficient in. His greatest law was slaughter and death. In the unseen world, when Long Chen was pursuing the truth, he saw some explanations and means. But to really realize it, he probably needed a deeper level of understanding. However, after about 200 years, in any case, Long Chen still condensed the 5th world origin of slaughter ahead of time. It was really ahead of time. According to the plan, this time would probably be 2,000 years, and the time would gradually decrease for the remaining 3. But to complete it in more than 200 years, it could only be said that the pressure Long Chen was under now was too great. Hua. Long Chen opened his blood-colored eyes. He probably had some understanding of how to kill the ancestor god. I've finally digested it. The chaotic whole ancestor looked at his palm with satisfaction and revealed a knowing smile. The fourth era's ancestor god is more nourishing. It's really a miracle that such a destruction ancestor god can appear in the myriad worlds. The destruction ancestor god is much easier to digest than the creation ancestor god. The world origin of the creation ancestor god was really troublesome. The surrounding 5 ancestor gods were not far away. They didn't say much and seemed to be waiting for orders. There's no news from Longchen these days? The chaotic whole ancestor asked. No. The other 4th era's ancestor gods wanted to contact us, but we ignored them. As for Longchen, I guess he's already pissed off and doesn't dare to move. The chaotic whole ancestor smiled and said, time has passed in the blink of an eye. It's time for us to bring a new gift to the myriad worlds. It's also good for our babies to exercise their muscles. It's a pity that I only cared about the 2 ancestor gods of the 4th era and neglected the sentient beings. Moreover, they came too quickly. Otherwise, the children would be able to feast on the souls of so many sentient beings. Chaotic cave ancestor sighed in his heart. Squeak. His palm began to move. Stop it, stop it. I'll take you to find food right away. The chaotic whole ancestor was very satisfied and then said to the crowd, the next world, the world of the monster clan, the Kun ancestor realm. How about it? You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.